How's everyone doing tonight? I just have to change the settings for everyone watching through Facebook. So that's why I always hesitate in the beginning, if that's what you're wondering. Trying to be one man digital studio, I'm getting better at it though. So just start off here. You're able to watch this through Facebook, through Twitch, or through YouTube. You find me just by my name. I'll go ahead and post it. I'm going live now. You definitely want to come. If you want to come on and speak, go ahead and hit me through private messenger or even on YouTube, or you can write even in the live chats through Twitch. I can send you a link and go ahead and put you in. In fact, I'll just go ahead and put that in there now for anyone who wants to. So the link that I'm sending now is a link that if you want to come on and speak, okay. Other than that, just share this through Facebook or through YouTube, and you'll be able to, drop it in. And I'll just go ahead and make it easy, and I'll put the YouTube link for all of you there watching, on Facebook. So some people it's easier to transition from different technology devices. So that's the YouTube link as well. So I love playing with words, onomatopoeia. So you see antipodes, opposites, antagonisms, obfuscations, like pop, pop, pop. So big picture, we're going to run through a couple things, see where the conversation goes naturally. But I want to talk about, to what we just said, things that are opposites. And by the definition of opposites, I mean things that are either through design or through nature's design, so deliberate man's design or through nature's design, they are meant to be in conflict with each other, versus things that are just simply like on the opposite. So the word antipode, if you looked at a globe, opposite sides of the globe are antipodes. They're not designed to be in conflict with each other. They're just on opposite sides. So they're not against each other. They're just in relation contextually, and to some way of looking at them, they're on opposite ends. So a quick difference would be political parties, far left, far right. Those would definitely be oppositions. Okay. Versus, let's see if I can come up with a good antipode example other than, America and Australia. So that's all I got right now. We'll come up with a better one as we go down later. Groups that are not exactly designed to be opposite each other, but in some way they are. Oh, I can come up with one. Types of people. So you've heard of materialist, and you've heard of, maybe not as much, ascetics. So what does that mean? A materialist is a person that thinks highly of themselves because they have money. They think they're better because they have money. They're not really against you for not having money. They're just very much for themselves for having money. So an ascetic is a person that thinks highly of themselves because they don't have money. They believe because they don't have wealth and material that makes them better. They're not against you. They're just for them. So these are two people that don't really have a direct conflict with each other per se. It's more about they're just on opposite ends of liking themselves. So that's a good example. What's going on, my man? I don't hear you yet. So yeah, let me know. You can just keep. I'll just keep going. So once you get your volume going, I thought I heard something there for a second. So, we're out here in Kenosha. I'm out here in Kenosha, Wisconsin right now. So right now, I heard a little bit there.
Is that better?
That's better. Loud, but better. So, why don't you introduce yourself to the people?
I'm Charles King. I've known Ray since high school. I don't know if I can turn that down on my end or yours. Maybe
I
it's just
turned
speakers.
Probably just my speakers. I had my speakers going hammer, so I just turned it down.
Yeah. Yeah, I've known Ray since high school. Came out here recently to the Midwest from the South, Southern boy, born and raised. Just not so much follow in line with a lot of the ideals. But apparently, the ideals don't change much depending on geographic location. So, learning that a little bit of the hard way moving up here. But yeah,
Yeah, so I didn't know
about
you
it.
were going to drop in tonight, but I think this will be kind of good because so we met. I was military family, so we went to high school together, and Virginia Beach, Virginia. So mostly military, but also could get rural pretty quickly, and not that far from North Carolina, Virginia border. Um, so I, I personally, I personally remember overall being okay with high school, but um, let's just say it was not the most progressive area. But at the same time, it wasn't a complete binary either way. Um, so, I remember dating white girls, but I also remember people talking about the fact I was dating white girls, or rather, they were dating me. So you had both of those things. You had the progressive where, hey, I don't see color, I'll date whoever, and then you also had people like, hey, you guys shouldn't be together. So you actually had, and proud to say it, So you had both of those things definitely. Um, so yeah, you came out here. Has it been a year? How long you been out here?
Yeah, it was a year on the 12th.
Okay, and you came out. Is it Wilmington?
Winston-Salem.
Winston-Salem. So you came up from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. So you came up here. So yeah, why don't we talk about that before we talk about what's been happening in the last week here? Because Kenosha's only what, 40-minute drive from your house, 45 minutes.
Yeah, about 40 minutes.
So yeah, what were your thoughts when you were like, okay, I've left the South, I now live in the North. So what were your thoughts the last week or so?
I don't know. Like again, I think it's kind of brings it home. Like you start thinking about, oh, well, I don't have to worry about seeing Confederate flags out in the middle of everywhere, and then my daughter asking me what that means, and then having to go through that explanation. But at the same time, you can still tell that the attitude is prevalent. Like it's still here, even though it's not stars and bars. It's still, you know, I'm better than you, or this shouldn't be that way, or it should be the only way that or it should be the way that I think it should be. Um, so I've seen a little bit of that. Like, I've seen a little bit of your interactions and stuff on Facebook, and it's yeah, it's kind of crazy.
So you know, I don't travel as much as I used to, but I do sometimes try to articulate that difference. I make the joke of being a connoisseur of racism, and in the South, I argue it's a lot more honest. That's one thing I usually say to people. It's definitely a lot more honest. Versus here, it's more subtle. It's not as honest. It's not as direct. And not only is it not as honest, even though you have experience with it, so you can see it plain as day. Individuals will be like, "No, that's not what I'm doing," and I'm kind of like, "No, I can see you. That's actually what you're doing." So, um, in that way, it's kind of like, huh? Least you could do is stand by what you believe in. Be out there and be proud.
Yeah, I see where you say it's honest. I see it as being inadvertently honest a lot of times in the South. Like it's almost like they don't even know how honest they're being. You know what I mean? I
Right.
remember working with Harley for a while and just thinking, not thinking there was really anything attached to Harley itself, but I was definitely noticing a trend amongst Harley riders in the South, right? If you were, a good old boy from the country that drove a Harley, a lot of times you had a particular opinion. And sometimes you felt like it was okay to just share that opinion with me, right? Because we look the same. So I must be of similar, of similar thinking. And I mean, it cost me sales and it got me in trouble, but like, you know what I mean? Like that's something I just didn't abide. It's like I would look at him and ask him, like, how was that okay with you? Like, how do you think that's okay? And they were like, what do you mean? And that was all I would have to say. And then I would get interrupted by somebody else who's like, let me snag this sale. So yeah, that inadvertently honest, I think is probably one of the big things. Like they don't even understand what they're saying sometimes. Or maybe that could just be an intellect thing. I'm not even sure.
So what I found was, um, to your point, if you presented yourself a certain way, I guess I don't know what I did. I would send off signals. Even me as an African American, I would send off signals to them that I guess communicated to them I was down with these ideas. And I would very often find people talking to me that way. And then kind of like you, I'd be like, what are you doing? And they'd be like, oh, I don't know. What are you doing? Like, it was like this very weird thing where I guess because I was military and I don't know if it's how I talk, how I act, it's my voice, the combination of all of it. But it's a very often thing for me to find myself in a situation where people don't know me, and I guess they've just decided, which is so crazy because the same group who does this swears this is not real. They'll decide you are a black Republican, basically, and they will start talking to you a certain way, and to various degrees. But I was telling someone about a local politician. Actually, he was the militia leader. So that's all national news now. So Kevin Mathewson was actually previously a local politician. Now, I remember when he was running for office, when he first came into town, and just the nature of being, I was just a private networker, private investor, I guess you could say. It's always good to know who's going. So never really played sides at that time. It's just good business to go to everyone's fundraiser, put a little money in the bucket, because that way, and you've heard of this, regardless who wins, they remember you were at their fundraiser. So you celebrate whatever, and then it works good out for business on most times. So I remember I went to his fundraiser and I met him, and this is here in Kenosha, and he starts talking. And I don't remember the full speech. I mean, we're talking, this is 2020. We've got to be talking anywhere from 8 to 10 years ago. But I do remember thinking, how on earth did I get invited to a Klan meeting? I was like, I think I'm at the wrong meeting. And I remember it finished. They turned the lights down and everything. So the lights go back on. It's like, okay, let's have some free pizza now. I'm like, what just happened? And I was the only minority there. So he
Hold
actually,
up.
what's
Legit
up?
Klan meeting, not like
No,
it seem like one?
this is him running for office.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is what he's saying, I'm sitting there kind of jokingly to myself, like, how did I get invited to this? It's like, did I walk into the wrong meeting?
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? Like, you're at the hotel and they got the little conference rooms and you're going there for the real estate investment course. But then the guy starts talking and he's like, step one, we take over the White House. And you're like, I don't think I'm in the right room. I want to keep the donut. I really want to keep the donut, but I'll see myself out. And they're like, no, remember the rules. Once we start the meeting, we don't finish until the mission is over and we have taken the White House. It's like one of those things. So, yeah, they start talking, and I'm just like, I think I'm in the wrong political meeting. So that's what it was. So I don't know how I got invited or whatever, but someone told me, hey, there's going to be a political thing down. And in Kenosha, I would say 85% of political meetings, they happen at a pizza joint. So you go in there, there's some cheap beer or sodas. Well, you buy your own beer, your own drink, and there's some cheap pizza. That's 85% of political events in this area. So, you go there. After a while, you get tired of the pizza if you're anything like me, but that's the idea. So there I am sitting there eating my cheap pizza, And while I'm sitting there with my cheap pizza and my soda or my beer, they just start saying these things, and I'm kind of like, what is going on? So coming back to Kevin Mathewson, our future militia leader, he walks up to me and he introduces himself as if nothing happened. And he starts talking to me. And so I guess someone had told him about me. I remember now. And he goes, so I hear you're a real estate investor. Like you're pretty interactive or engaged in the community. You're a real estate investor. And I said, yes, I am. And he's like, so I hear you're doing good things. You're cleaning up, the area. You're not a slumlord. He goes, yeah, because the last thing we want is for this place to become Cabrini Green. And I'm kind of like, okay, is this guy testing me? What is going on here right now? Now, you will have people, and we're going to touch about this throughout this time. You'll have people say that, well, Ray, could it just be you? Maybe he meant nothing by that. Maybe there was no dog whistle racism when he mentioned Cabrini Green. You always hear these kinds of people. You see them talking on my page every day. Ray, these are not the droids you're looking for, every single day. And, so I asked them directly. I go, what do you mean when you say that? What do you mean, Cabrini Green? And he goes, oh, come on. And coming back to what you happened at the Harley Davidson shop, he's like, oh, come on. What do you mean? He goes, what do you mean what I mean? You know what I mean. I said, no, you could break it down for me. He goes, listen, I'm not racist, which again, if all I ask you is, what do you mean? And your response is, hey, listen, don't play that card with me. I'm not racist. I got a little cheat code for you. You are. You are.
Yeah, for sure.
If I walk into a room and I tell a guy, hey, man, nice suit. And that guy goes, what do you mean? And then I go, hey, I'm not gay. There's a strong chance I am. This is not a hard science now. Okay. So, don't completely nail me to this, but it's a pretty solid thing. I mean, let's take a job interview. If you, if a guy walks into a job interview, I'm one of the interviewers, and we say, tell us about yourself. And he goes, I don't do drugs. I'm going to be writing on my pad, this guy does drugs. That's what I'm going to be writing. The point in that is we have people in the community, and I'm going to call this a social network community, that seem to truly believe that if they don't say it, then you can't figure it out.
Is
I'm going
that
to say
like
that
when
again.
you were a kid and like when they cover their eyes, then you can't see me?
Right. you, Anthony, click on the link and come in. He keeps writing, hello, come in. So it's one of those things where there's this we have to challenge this notion that because social media is not real for so many people, it can't be real.
Mm.
And that's what we saw here in Kenosha. I'm hoping what we saw in Kenosha. I'm hoping what Kenosha saw was how quickly social media can become real. You hear people say, it's just a Facebook page, the militia group, freedom of speech, which Facebook's a private company, has nothing to do with your amendment rights. But you know what? Freedom of association. I love the racist libertarians. They love saying that. Freedom of association, meaning I should have the freedom to disassociate and have a society that enables me to make sure I never have to see you, not just my house. So what we should have all taken from this was social media can become as real as someone, I'm not going to say we don't all have to agree on it. If somebody wants it to become real, it can become real. We saw disinformation being spread. And not just here. It was just very impactful this time around. We see disinformation being spread all the time, actually. I was having a conversation. I was recording videos moving through the neighborhoods this weekend. And in one of the videos I talked about redlining and how its effects are there today. And a lady said, I've been in the business. She said, I've been in the real estate business for 30 years, and that's all in the past.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to tie her to our local rocker, Skillet guy. He said the same thing. And that's what you're hearing right now. You're hearing a lot of people saying that the problems that people like me are saying are very real and alive today. They're saying it's in the past. They don't see it. So because I don't see it, it doesn't exist. Now, obfuscations about making things muddy and not clear. You can 100% be telling the truth if you say, you know what? Me as a white person, where I spend most of my life with white people, you're not going to find a single Thanksgiving photo of me with people who don't look like me. Yes, I have a black friend, and I'll tell you that story about my black friend. That's how few of them I have. I'll tell you the story. You could be telling the truth. Your personal story does not distract from these aggregate stories. So I forgot Kennedy's an elected official. I have to carry him across the threshold here to get him into our call.
Can I touch on that real quick about them saying that it's gone?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, sir.
So I got one for you. So the wife and I, that we were looking for a house after we moved up here, and we were trying to get to know like all the neighborhoods and like, what it was about. We went to West Dallas. We went to Inner Milwaukee. We're in Capitol Heights right now is what I'm learning what the neighborhood name is. But we also went to Shorewood, right? You've been to Shorewood?
I do know okay. Shorewood.
So we go to do this, this viewing of this house. And this realtor was like, I walk in first, big grin. My wife and kids walk in right after me, and he's like, kind of like that. Like noticeably. It's noticeable. I don't say anything.
For context, let the folks know.
My wife's Hispanic, so are my kids.
Okay.
So, yeah. I mean, they look more like her than they look like me. They have a year-round tan, which is great because I wish I had it. Anyways, so yeah, so we come in. He smiles noticeably as I walk in. He changes his facial expression as soon as they come in. Now, I'm willing to benefit of the doubt. Let's see what happens.
Maybe he just doesn't like people with families. And that's what I love. Maybe he just doesn't like people with families. You don't know his heart.
Absolutely. You don't know me, right? So yeah, we get into that. We start looking around the house. And the first thing that he starts speaking on is diversity and how awesome the schools are in spite of that diversity that's in the neighborhood.
In spite of the diversity.
In spite of the diversity, the schools are really good here. And I'm looking at my wife, and we really can't, like, is this really happening? Is the look that we're giving each other, like, is this really happening? We're like, okay, have a good day. We'll be on our way now. And I said, I don't care if we love that house and we got it for a steal. I wouldn't pay that man a dime. I would not. I would make sure no money went into his pocket. So, yeah, to say
I
that
have had that happen once or thrice where in the real estate game, or I've had people where it's like, I want to do that business deal or I want that house, but it's not worth my principles. There are people that I'm like, I am not going to feed them. They have a right to think how they want to think, but I'm not going to feed them. Which I also find very interesting because when such people find out that I have such a stance, they're bothered by that. Well, give peace a chance. I'm like, I don't hear the violence in my voice. I said, I'm not going to feed them. really, so what you find is you have groups of people who they really don't want you practicing your rights.
Correct.
And that's really what it comes down to. They don't want you exercising your rights. It makes them uncomfortable, and they would prefer you don't. They would prefer you not think for yourself or in your best interest. Um, oh, so my realtor lady, she's like, I've been in the business for 30 years, and there's no such thing as redlining anymore. That's gone. We give classes on it. And I shared with her, I remember those classes when I got my broker's license in 2010. Um, and I remember how ineffective it was. It was just a quick flyby. Basically, just told you the definition of the word and said, don't do that. And I will tell you, to this day, I'm in real estate forums where redlining is seriously happening. It is still going. Um, and they it's just comfortable because, well, it's money and we all think the same. So again, I will still find people comfortable to say something to me or talk a certain way around me until they realize I'm not good with that. And then the conversation around me just stops. So like you'll hear little things like in these investment forums, well, is it ghetto? Um, we have poor white neighborhoods with drugs and with crime. They're not called ghetto. Ghetto means, is it minority? They'll do other little dog whistle racist things. They'll say, is this an A, B, or C neighborhood?
Mm.
That's the new one you'll find in real estate
Calls it
forums.
racist right there.
Because here's the thing. You have wealthy neighborhoods that are mostly minority. They're never called A neighborhoods. That's how you know. A wealthy neighborhood of minorities is never called an A neighborhood. A means white. B means mostly white. C means a lot of minorities. And by a lot of minorities, once you get around 30% in Wisconsin, that's when you start hearing this kind of conversation. So, yes, officially there's rules put out, but here's what I say to people. When the Constitution was made, blacks had a document protecting their rights. The problem is no one adhered to it. It's just a piece of paper. The Constitution doesn't say all men except African Americans and men. It doesn't say that. It never said that. It never said whites only in the Constitution. So the entire time, everyone was supposed to be given these rights, but it didn't happen. So when people say that, well, we have these new laws to make sure it didn't happen, logically, that doesn't hold water. It logically doesn't hold water because we always had laws and rules. 1968 with the Fair Housing Act put across, that didn't give African Americans something they never had. It just more explicitly and more directly stated that what they already had, they had. That's all it did. We had it from the beginning. We had it from the 13th Amendment. So that is what one thing I always encourage people to do when people use that logic. Well, we have a law for that. We passed it last week, so you can't speak. And I was like, no, we've had a constitution the whole time claiming that all men were created equal. And that's not how this world shaped out. That's not how this nation shaped. So I find real estate, especially with diversity, a very good proxy for conversations on race.
Yeah, I think I heard it best described probably a couple months ago now as the monopoly philosophy. I think that's one of the ways I heard it described. It was pretty good. Said, imagine you and two of your friends, or they start a game of Monopoly. Like it's usually for four people, right? You and your friends, you start a game. You guys start building houses, and you start, developing your land and you buy up all the property. Well, then you decide to let one more person join the game, but they still got to start at jump, right? Is that a fair game? No. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you want to come in? Well, you get this little bit of money and you get zero property. And now that we've already kind of assessed the rates and made it beneficial for us, you try to buy property from us now. You know what I mean? And I think that's probably the best parallel that I've seen drawn from like Reconstruction and how people have just been dumped on for, over 100 years. Well, I mean, of course, longer than that, but especially after independence was won, that it's just people have been dumped on when they were supposed to be given freedoms, when they were supposed to be on a level playing field and never were. And that, that always goes back to the bootstrap crap that you always hear about people on. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. It's like, do you even know what the hell you're talking about? Like, what are you speaking on
and
right
let's
now?
stick with the monopoly analogy, because I have been hearing that a lot, actually. So what I find is, so there's people who got to start the monopoly game. So they got to start at the beginning, but they're crappy monopoly players. Their parents were crappy and their grandparents are crappy. So they want to say that because they've been playing crappy, that's justification for not giving the new person additional money or something, or additional roles
Right.
to catch up. And you hear that a lot. So when you talk about these things along, trying to address this current situation that's based on the past. So as I say, it's not just about addressing the past. It's addressing the current state of the game that is directly a result of the past. You find that people quickly want to, or not quickly, but you find some people want to say, well, hey, listen, my parents were poor, my grandparents were poor, they never went to school, they worked the worst jobs, they didn't have a lot of education, they couldn't keep anything. And whenever I hear these people talk, I'm like, all I've heard you say is that despite having all the opportunities that America affords, your family jacked it up.
Yeah.
I love
And
that. Thank you for letting me in. I love that. I love that idea of the monopoly theory. If you're playing a couple of rounds and you let me into the game, have you given me a fair and equitable opportunity? I start out with $1,500, no property. Yeah, I might have some money, but the name of the game of Monopoly is about equity, right? It's about building properties. And so what's the fair and equitable way to start in that situation? I say, don't play the game, because you're not going to catch up. You are not going to catch up.
And I think about different games that I've played, different card games, and you have a new player and you want this new player to play. I remember doing
so you
that.
win.
well, actually, what my point is, they're like, well, you guys have been playing, or, you'll tell you what, we'll spot you. We'll spot you. Come on in. We'll spot you. Yeah, the game's already started, but we will spot you points. We will spot you whatever the game's about. And what this conversation is making me think is, when you do that, when you're playing that kind of game and a new person comes in, you're like, hey, tell you what, we'll spot you. Come on, play. I think the difference is there's a lot of people in America that don't want other Americans to play. I think that's what this conversation is really bringing out. It is not, hey, come on, play. They don't want African Americans to get into the game. They're not interested in more people being involved. They're like, no.
But is that an inherent part of the capitalist system versus a desire to keep minorities out? Or the capitalist system is he who has the most wins, right? So we have to that accumulation. Is there really any such thing as cooperative capitalism? I mean, it is a dog eat dog, right?
Let's try to talk through it. So I've been staring at my Tesla stock the last 14 days, I want to say.
How'd that split treat you?
We're living good. Right after this is done, I'm going to shoot my rap video. So as that stock keeps shooting and shooting, I think I'm looking at a 58% return on my money the last 10 days on the stock market. Do I want fewer people in the market, or do I want more people in the market?
You want more people in the market.
So I think so.
But
I think there's levels. Hold on. I think there's levels
okay.
to your question. That's what I think. I don't think you're missing something here. I think there's levels to this topic. I think at lower levels, it's a scarcity mindset. There's not enough to go around. I want less people working the job so I can get more hours. As you get to the higher end of capitalism, where so basically the more and more you decouple how money is made from labor, the more it's about economy of scale. I don't want fewer people on Facebook so more people watch my live stream. The more people on Facebook, the more chances I have for people to be learning about my live stream. So as you get more to whether it's digital technology or finance today, how it's, again, it's economy of scale. I think that's a conflict between a abundance mindset or abundant ways to make money versus fixed or scarcity ways.
I have a friend who's a connoisseur of racism. I mean, he really enjoys racism, and sometimes he gets very rare vintages. My question is this.
I already introduced myself.
My question is this. Sometimes don't you get like fake racism that's not racism? And we're so adapted as Black people to see it everywhere that when it's just inherent, when it's not racism, but it's inherent to how the system is going to operate, that's not racism, that's standard operating procedure. So I believe in the market. Okay, I believe in the market, but I don't believe in an unfettered, uncontrolled market, right? Because it was the free market that gave us slavery.
Capitalists don't believe in a no holds barred market.
It's the free market that gave us slavery. It was big government that ended it. So, I'm not in the market. I'm not saying the market but the market always does provide a solution. If you're unable to take advantage of that solution, is that racism?
Short answer, no.
I'll give you an example. I spend X amount of dollars on city transit, right? I can get you the actual budget. I think it's 24 million, maybe it's the total budget for transit, and don't quote me on that. What if you decided that there's Uber out here, there's Lyft out here, there's enough out here, people can get where they need to go, take away Uber or take away transit, $24 million. Save. Is that racist? No, so I would say no. But then to use Uber, you need a credit card. Doesn't take debit cards because you can put the money in, take the ride, and pull the money out. That would be a high-tech way to run out on Uber. But they don't allow that. You have to have a credit card. So then what's to start talking about who has credit cards? You don't have good credit. You don't have a credit card. We've taken away transportation. Is that racism?
So here's what I'm hearing in your voicing. Is it racism if it's not malicious? See, two people can see a person can hurt you. I can hurt you in two different ways. There's maliciousness.
Benign racism and malicious racism. I'll take a little bit of that benign racism, please.
Well, no, not benign. Benign is not the word. It is ignorant. So, quick story.
Ignorant racism versus malicious racism?
You walk outside your office, you walk outside your house, and there's a softball in your windshield. And you look up and there's these kids and they go, "Sorry, mister, we didn't know there was cars in the parking lot." They hit the ball over the fence into your windshield.
Broke is still broke, right? Whether delivered or not.
Alternate
right?
dimension. Alternate dimension. You walk out, there's a softball in your windshield, and it's your ex. And she's just standing there looking at you. And she's smiling. In one dimension, the softball was accidentally put into your windshield. And the other, it was on purpose put into your windshield. Does it matter as far as your drive home goes?
You still got a broke windshield, right?
So intent indeed matters. And I would prefer to work with someone who is ignorant to the fact, because maybe I can explain it to them and they can stop playing softball in the nearby field. Ideally, I'd want to get to them before they put the softball in my windshield. I just want to see the kids playing in the field and say, "Hey, there's cars over here and you guys might get a home run and put your softball in someone's windshield." That's the ideal situation. So coming back to your transit situation, sure, it is completely possible that when city planners were running highways through the black side of town and major cities, completely destroying the economy and the structure of those neighborhoods. Sure, it's completely possible they weren't all sitting there stroking cats going, completely possible. It doesn't change the fact of the effects.
Interesting thing you would say that. I haven't seen this, but I listen to Chicago Public Radio. When you ride the L in Chicago, you know how it jukes and jukes and moves? That's because they couldn't get the right of way on certain properties. So it had to move over. And that's why it's such a different ride than other subways. So when you're talking about going through poor neighborhoods, the guy who, Olmsted, the guy who designed, no, not Olmsted, help me out here. The guy who built the New York City Thruway, he would go through poor people's property, but the throughway would go around rich people's property. And public domain doesn't exist if you're rich enough, I guess.
And you see this a lot. You know, where are your social services buildings built? You know, which side of town do you normally see these buildings stacked?
And you know what? Hold on. Let me put on my alderman hat. Hold on 1 second here. I got it right here. I got my alderman hat right here. When I'm wearing this, I'm going to be an alderman. Okay.
That's actually the most appropriate thing I've ever seen you do. I think all the aldermen should wear that hat.
So when I'm wearing this, I'm in official capacity. That is the problem I'm starting to have in my district. The retail has left, and now we're getting service industry. And it's hard for me because social service industry. It's hard for me because I don't want empty buildings, but I don't want to be the social service capital of Kenosha, you know?
And that's a good example because so that's actually a liberal thing where liberals will say, you know what? These are our customers. These are our clients. So we want to be close to them so they have access to us. They're not thinking 3 and 4 steps ahead. If you load up this community with these buildings back to back to back, long term, you're not helping the community. Long term, you are you're more likely increasing that the community looks like what it needs to look like. You don't want to stack all these buildings up in this same area. You want to disperse them, if not anything, for that reason. Now, I'm going to come back to your public transportation example. If the reason why you defund public transportation is because it doesn't make money, you haven't done your research on public transportation.
Because it never makes money. Okay.
It never makes money, ever. There is no public transportation system in America that makes money, including the New York subway. through secondary and tertiary effects. So if the subway has a mainline route, that real estate at the stops becomes more valuable. The city makes its money through the taxes. More jobs come along the routes. You get to collect money off the people making money. This is the actual pros of a public transportation system. So I would say that your reason is not directly to make money on the public transportation system. If it enables, coming back to that side of town that doesn't always have credit cards, if it enables them to get to places of work, their job should be your focus. How many jobs ride that train? Not how many quarters go into the box.
Oh,
honestly,
and that was what was crazy about Kenosha Racine Milwaukee line, where the people upline from us were fighting so the idea was the Metro basically would go all the way to Milwaukee. You guys remember that? Were you in the area at the time? And there was a proposal.
I do. Yes, I do remember that. Yeah, I got killed.
And Racine and Milwaukee, or the people in between Kenosha and Milwaukee, were fighting a tooth and nail. And the great thing about it was we were going to make other people pay for it. And I'm a big fan of giving services to my constituents. I'm a big fan of giving services to my constituents and getting other people to pay for it. Okay, so KRM was going to be paid for through increased hotel taxes, car rentals, and there was another funding source for it. And I was fine with that. But people were fighting it. It's like, wait a minute, man. You can live in summers off the train line and work in Milwaukee and Chicago. And so you could make Milwaukee wages or Chicago wages, and your investment to make those wages is public transportation versus gas, wear and tear on the car, depreciation, et cetera, et cetera. And yet that group in there were fighting us on it. And as you see, we don't have KRM. It doesn't go from here to there. But I know people who live in Kenosha because they can live in Kenosha. I know a couple in particular. One worked down in the Chicago area and the other one worked up in Milwaukee. And they took Kenosha as the example because they only needed one car. He could take the train down to Chicago and make nice bank in Chicago and live in Kenosha. So why am I one screen? Why am I the only one on the screen?
Because you're the only one talking. Calm yourself. Okay. And you also got some props here. So props to Alderman Kennedy for his Washington Post interview. I actually saw it. Yeah. When they first started out with the pictures they agreed to show, I was like, uh-oh. I was a little scared, but no, I thought I don't know. I thought it went pretty well. I mean, how do you feel about it?
Oh, I am. God, this is going to be tiresome all night long. I am extremely. He did very well. There was a lot in there that he didn't use, but I liked how he was juxtaposition between the things I was saying and showing you the stuff on screen, and then coming back to the neighborhood. Probably my favorite scene is the kids' bikes on the street right by the shooting, and then the guy on his motorcycle. I thought that was kind of funny in myself. But kids on toys on the street. That's easy. That everyone knows that. That humanizes, not humanizes because that's not the right word. That changes the perception. It tells a better story. And if I've learned anything, unfortunately, since Sunday, just an unfortunate Sunday, is we have to tell a better story. If we don't, someone else is going to tell our story, and it's going to be their narrative that they're going to be talking about. So I was good with it. I was very good with it. I was very impressed.
So I've actually heard you say this a couple times about changing the story. So last night I spoke briefly about conflict journalism, where it's this style of journalism where, conflict sells. So let's give certain people what they want. They want to hear terror. They want to hear destruction. So
if it bleeds, it leads.
So let's just keep showing those same 4 or 5 buildings that were burned down and convince them that it was so crazy out here, which, I mean, So I didn't believe it at first, but the president did say this, and I quote, "I saved Kenosha."
Thank you.
That's a
Thank you.
he said he saved Kenosha. Um,
He says a
True.
lot of things.
True.
But
he
he's the
says a lot of
president.
things.
But he's the president.
Oh, I mean, don't remind me. I mean, I wake up to that sad fact every
But
morning.
you know, we can sit
So-
here and because of who kind of people we are, we can kind of laugh about it, like, aha, okay, you saved Kenosha, but there is a large contingent of people who truly believe that he saved Kenosha. They're like, I'm hearing people say the whole place was burned down, or there's only a few buildings left, or that part of town was it was almost about to go under. So
I'm listening, sir.
I think this really plays into something that you were saying a second ago too, when you were talking about ignorance versus maliciousness, right? Because you have those type of people that support no matter what, right? Some of it's ignorant, some of it's malicious, right? And some of it may start out as being ignorant and then turn out to be malicious, because you can sit there and show them all day long where things are like blatant lies, and they can't ignore it anymore and claim ignorance, right? So when they continue along that path, then it becomes malicious. So it's funny how that same concept kind of intertwines in so many different things.
hey, Anthony, why don't you in the comments there put the link for your Washington Post interview?
You're funny. You think I know how to do that?
Because I think you texted to me. So
I
Did
did.
you-
I got
but that-
I got it.
yeah, drop it in there. That's what I was looking for. So
you're
people
gonna
can
play
have
it?
actually
Are you
take a
allowed?
look
Are you
I'm
allowed
not
to play
logged
it?
in. I sent it to you privately.
Did you send it to who'd you send it to?
I sent it in the private chat because I'm not logged in, so it won't let me leave a comment. So
Oh, I got it. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and put it in the comments here for everybody. There we go. And I'll go ahead and drop it in Book of Faces. And actually, yeah, let's take a quick look see here.
hey Ray, before you get into that, I just want to say I've never met you, Mr. Kennedy, but I'd like to. You seem like an awesome young man. I got to get out of here, Ray. I got to get back to class.
All right, sir.
I'd like to talk to him sometime. Let's see if we can hook that up, Mr. Kennedy. It was nice talking with you.
Good day, Mr. King.
See you guys.
So,
Ray's
Chris-
worst nightmare, having just to talk to Anthony.
you know what? I should stop being cheap here. Washington Post keeps hassling me for this $1 a month. I watch their stuff enough, I guess. So he got the actual link from the paper. So I'll pull it up a little bit later, but I got it there for everyone. But no, I was surprised. I'm always concerned about them. I'm always concerned about them maybe taking liberties with the actual reality of things.
So far, the only group, and this is where I made a mistake. Newsmax, or that is a propaganda site, and they played me. They said, we're going to do this, and we love the idea that you want to change your narrative. You want to get a new story out there. What I didn't do, because I didn't have the time, was to figure out what the hell Newsmax was, and it was a propaganda site. The first question out their mouth, I knew where I was at. But here's the funny thing. You put me on live. So, yeah, it's your show, but it's my mouth. So you pivoted to what you told me. So I pivoted to what I wanted to say. And I didn't answer any question directly. I just kept with my talking points.
Oh, yeah, man. I'm looking them up. I never heard of them.
Yeah,
so
and that's why I put it
Trump
up.
going to Kenosha to celebrate love, respect for country. Newsmax, 26 minutes ago. Antifa advocate investigated in Portland Trump supporter death. Newsmax. Trump pushes to keep tax returns Trump campaign list ads for early voting states.
So here's what I'm doing with some of our young influencers. I've been contacting them, and I said to them, listen, I know we might be on opposite sides at some point, but if you give me a heads up to who you're talking to, I'll just share my experience with them. This is a good person. This person you need to leave alone. There is one amazing reporter here in town. Her name is Sarah Seidler from CNN. She's a sister. She's a sister who needs to get her hair done, but you know, she's not on camera. So, but I found her to be really trying to get to the bottom of the story, not just what's going to sell. So I made sure that I give her contact information to everybody, you know, make sure she gets the exclusive because she's respectful of our community. So let's be respectful of what she's doing. I get it. You got a job to do. But like Mr. Thompson today, not Tompkins, Mr. Thompson, you know, we have a job to do. But then there's a point where you just say, I can't be a part of this anymore. And I respected him. Him and I talked about 6 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning today.
So for everyone listening now or later, he's talking about he was a digital media editor.
Yes.
So of the local Kenosha News, he quit. He quit over the deliberate what he perceived to be the deliberate divisiveness and the structuring of stories and the imbalanced coverage of what was happening in the neighborhood for his particular story. So I believe the particular one that he engaged on was the fact that so there was the event with the family for the Jacob. Jacob was the original black male who was shot 7 times in the back by the police during his resisting of arrest, and the newspaper was there when the family was having a speech, and they had lots of speakers.
Okay.
You were there. Why don't you go? Why am I narrating?
Actually, I did not go to the rally. I was at the beginning, and but I did not go to the rally. But there was only supposed to be a certain number of speakers, and it was supposed to be a very controlled event. And this is why I'm reiterating: you got to be careful who you let in, and make sure that they are saying the same message as you, because it was a very positive event. And then he says, "You kill one of ours, we'll kill one of yours." And so your allies that were sitting on right out of all the comments that were made, that's what they went with, right? But you have to understand, the Kenosha News is no longer Howard Brown's newspaper. As much as of all of us love Howard Brown, and I'm a fan.
No longer locally owned for everyone under the age of 700. It's no longer locally owned.
Ouch. You know what, Ray? Just for that,
you can't have it.
I'm gonna take a swig of peanut butter whiskey just because of that.
You can't have it both ways. You can't say your town is progressive and it's growing and keep talking like everybody was here in the 1880s when you guys first flew the flag. Okay. Actually, Kenosha's older than that. It goes back to the
Kenosha newspaper is no longer locally owned, and it's owned by a very conservative media group who gives money to Trump. So again, if you guys aren't aware of how this is playing out, Trump's taking a victory lap. This is Hitler coming into Paris. Can you pull that image up on there, Raymond? Hitler driving
I would
into
say
Paris?
This is Fox. I think less dramatic, but more still accurate. This is Fox coming to be. Fox was the gateway, or pathfinder for this creation, but Fox wasn't originally going after local news. Yes, you had the news stations, but what you're seeing now, to your point, where at a higher level it's being disseminated these messages to where it looks like local news. This is a new animal that's coming through for sure. And
so so know why and here's the setup. Okay, here's the inside setup, and see. Okay, we're not gonna go there, but here's the inside setup. Local reporters weren't on the scene. Local photographers were, but I was told that local reporters are out of hours. And so they brought in reporters from other places. Now, I don't understand finance and business, but if you can pay someone time and a half versus paying someone time, but plus travel, plus lodging, plus whatever else auxiliary ancillary things they need, it doesn't seem like you're saving money.
Well, hold
So,
on. Who told you that these other reporters are driving in?
okay, 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 I got it. I made an
So
assumption.
it actually does make sense. So you're centralizing. You're not letting the local reporters in all these different places write. You take the photos locally, you send it up. You have one room of people cranking out these stories, cookie cutter, cutting them out, pumping them out.
Got it right.
So
Yeah,
does
that
make
makes
sense.
sense.
Yeah. So it doesn't make sense for the communities that are going to be written about, but for the organization, definitely does make sense.
And if you're in that one room and you just got some strikers sending you stuff, then you have no flavor of the local context. So if you have no flavor of the local context, if you have no idea of what that local story is, why not appease your corporate bosses and throw a piece of red meat out there?
And you're playing, and we keep talking about division. You're actually playing communities against communities. Okay. So look at what you have happening now. You have, so today it's Kenosha. So the nation is having a bloodlust for watching Kenosha go through troubles. Next week, it's going to be another town, and everyone's going to be enjoying watching them go through bad things.
Ray,
And people will say they don't enjoy it, but they do.
If the activation is death, then how did we activate here? If we're programmed and the activation is death, how did we respond here? And that's the thing. It gets me. You need that chaos for these pieces moving. And by the way, Ray, your 2 levels here and here, I've added a 3rd level, if that's okay. So you have your protesters and demonstrators, but you got your bad actors underneath them. You got your police, but then you have your militias or whoever wants to come in here and kill and then get driven back home by their mama. And then here's the other piece. You have the free press. You have the legitimate press. But under here, you got and I need a better nomenclature here, Ray. I'm saying propagandists, but I can't get the word out correctly. So I need a better nomenclature. They're not talking free journalism. They're not talking free press. They're not trying to educate and illuminate. They are just trying to indoctrinate. So, and they're just as bad as the militias, the racists, and the rioters and looters that are getting cover. And unless that chaotic system is there, you can't move those elements.
So, we can call it the antagonistic reporting versus solution reporting. And actually, there's 4 sections now. So you have the rioters and the looters. Yep. Again, looters being people who steal things of value, rioters being people who destroy things of value. You have them embedded inside the protesters. You next have the military and police, where you had the white militia and white supremacist groups embedded inside them. They were able to move in between. I mean, as we saw, literally, that kid was able to walk through police lines. And everyone keeps spinning every excuse all day, every sun. But again, what happened. I'm not even going to say why. Point is, it happened.
Hey,
you next have. What do you say?
He's lucky you weren't manning the point, because he would have been dropped. Whatever non-lethal thing we were doing, he's lucky you weren't manning the point.
Yes, he is lucky. But I argue that I'm lucky too, because my life would be on the world spotlight. So now I admit that sounds very selfish. Maybe I could have saved some people's lives. But
is there any such thing as military discretion in combat? Because what I saw with that was, and I'm not excusing it at all, I'm seeing that the rules changed. And as long as you were showing no threat, given all the threats that were coming at them, he knew to do that. So he hands up, don't shoot, right? Hands up, don't shoot. And so I would say that anyone who's approaching my perimeter, stop. Do not advance. And you keep coming. You've been told to stop, right? So if it's good enough to kill us out on the streets and the traffic stop because we didn't stop, then in that high situation, you drop them. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And I might be wrong on that, but you're approaching my line. I don't care if your hands are up. It could be activated. The threat or weapon that you have could be activated by other means. It could even be Hollywood, where you pull out the gun from your back of your neck. Now it's pow 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 pow.
Well, you said Hollywood, which is probably why this is so awkward right now. So I mean, you clarified. Back in reality. So for the military side of things, you can have a terrorist shoot 6-7 people. If he drops that weapon and puts his hands up, you are not cleared to shoot.
Yeah. Rules of engagement, like the Geneva Convention, right?
I'll just say where it was for us. Now, it might have changed after I left, but that is, you are not cleared to engage.
Hey, when I was on the 50 caliber range, they told me that you cannot engage humans with a 50 caliber, and you can only engage equipment. And then they told me that backpacks, rug, LBEs, load-bearing equipment is equipment. It's in its name, so you could. So he's butt naked coming towards me. I can't shoot him. That was always my thought.
So why don't you tell the people what kind of unit that was, so they don't accidentally sign up for that unit?
I was in the peacetime army. I'm not in the real army. I tell people this all the time. Okay. One of my assignments one time was to paint rocks because a general was coming. So we painted rocks red, white, and blue. Okay. I'm in the paint rock.
You're serious? Actually, you know what? I believe you. I saw guys. I saw guys sweeping the desert. They were ordered to clean up the place. No, serious. They were ordered to clean up the place. Had some dignitaries coming in, so they were sweeping the sand. And I just flashed back as a kid and watching Spaceballs. I'm like, they are sweeping. They comb the desert. They are combing the desert right now. You can't make that one up. So I would say, again, for the military, if that person does that and drops, you can't. In fact, they don't have to drop the weapon. Let's say it's hanging on a let's say they have a carrier, and they just put their hands up. The weapon is still around them. You can't say, well, they still have it around them. You can't do that. So, yeah, I'm not a police officer, so I can't speak.
Can you hit him with a rubber bullet? Can you use non-lethal? Can you hit him with a bag? Can you hit him with the spider net thing? Can you do non-lethal engagement?
Yeah, I wasn't with the non-lethal combat team.
You never. That's the Air Force, right? Go ahead. Come on with the joke.
All I'm saying is I wasn't with the non-lethal combat team. So, but so no, there was no rubber bullets. There was no jazz hands. There was no sparkle glitter in your face. We didn't do any of those things. But
sparkle glitter. Jesus, Ray.
So
hey,
I
you
really
get glitter in your eye. You get glitter in your eye, man. You are not engaging anymore.
I've heard horror stories. I think it counts as a casualty. I've heard horror stories. So, but no, I don't have much. I don't have much knowledge of those items. I think I've had some of them used on me for training, but we were never taught how to use them ourselves. So I think I do remember someone coming in like, okay, these are stun guns. This is OC. But no, they never got to let us.
Did you ever do the thumb identification for like voting and stuff like they were doing in Iraq because they couldn't? So the low key thing was you put your thumb in an ink pot and it was stained, and that way you couldn't vote again. Have you ever in any of those kind of engagements?
Let me do a quick Google to see what's the classified and what's not.
Okay. Here's the thing I was thinking. Instead of bullets, let's give all the National Guardsmen big pots of ink. And everyone who's out after curfew, you put your finger in. And then tomorrow, if you're inked, you're arrested. Today, you go away. You go. But if you're inked, man. And since none of the bars are open, we can get those hand stamps, Ray. The reentry stamps.
Oh, yeah? Okay, I found some for 2018. We're good to go. So yes,
Okay.
we didn't do the actual ink. We they were biometric kits. So thumbprints, handprints, even the eyeball. So we did it with so no, I don't see it saying how we did it. So yes, I don't remember how we did it, but yes, we collected all that through biometric. There's just these black suitcases. You'd come in and you'd handle all that stuff, and you just go about your day. So we built databases of that information. Let's
And
see
could
here.
could that be used in a, you got to pass, get out of the area. The next time we engage you, you will be detained. Now that we're in a more flexible policing posture, I obviously I didn't expect policing to happen the first night or second night. That was hold the line until everyone else shows up.
So, and again, not a police officer, but the most amazing thing to me in both situations, from Jacob shooting to Kyle Rittenhouse, what amazes me as a military guy is the complete lack of controlling the environment. I mean, in military, it is environment first.
Ray, would you say there's
medical personnel won't come into the area until you've secured the site? So helos will not come to pick up injured people till you secured the site. That's the first thing they're going to ask you. They're not coming. Yes, you've heard these stories about some pilots, going against all ideas or having a pistol put to their head, but that's not normal. So in both cases, the lack of control over the environment is really what jumps out for me as a military person. Even that night where so the police are right now saying that they were aware that there was injured people. I believe that's what I'm hearing now. I don't, so let's say that's the story that I'm hearing. They were aware there was injured people. I saw no effort to cordon the area. It was more like, let's just let everyone run around, and we find some people that are not moving. Maybe we're there. That seemed to be the approach. Now, again, don't know police doctrine for that kind of environment, but I found it absolutely amazing. I mean, imagine it was like 2 or 3 coordinated active shooters.
One of the misconceptions is that the National Guard could have rounded up the looters, the rioters, and they don't have police authority. They do not have police authority. And I don't think you want your state authorized militia, because unfortunately the word militia is now taking a turn. I don't think you want them to have that police power. I don't think you ever want to authorize that police power, because that's the governor's army. The governor controls that army. The United States Army can activate it and use it. But
so police should have stopped everyone in the area in regards to the shooting. Kyle should have been stopped and ordered to the ground without hesitation. Now, I'm okay. I am accepting of the story that They didn't know he was the guy. Having said that, again, if it was me, everyone
Is the guy.
everyone with the rifle would have been told to hit knees to the ground. I was sharing that the other day. Had I shot 3 people in self-defense and the police are that close, had I shot 3 people in self-defense and the police are here, I would have emptied the magazine, discharged the chambered round, dropped the weapon, fell to my knees, hands on top of my head while talking to the police saying, self-defense, my name is, self-defense, my name is. I would have never. I mean, and these are just drills that really they go through my head.
Even in the midst of a riot, even with guns going overhead, that white privilege was so damn strong. He had no fear.
Absolutely. Because
I was
again,
like,
I have the training. Put it this way. I have drilled through these scenarios of having to stop a bad guy, so I'm the good guy with the gun. I have drilled through these scenarios of, as a civilian, how do I engage the real bad guy and then translate myself to a non-threat before the police shoot me in the back? How do you do that?
But you know what it's like to be black in America? Hold on. I'm sorry, Ray. Let me hear Mike that.
So I'll just keep talking here while our elected official he takes the calls he's got to take. But what I'm sharing with you, everyone, is these are things that run through my head. As a trained individual, how do I engage a threat to me, an immediate threat? And then through my actions of engaging an immediate threat, I now have a new immediate threat. These are actual things I drill in my head. I wonder about how would I do it, to where often when I'm war gaming in my head, the answer that I give myself is don't engage the first threat. There are situations and scenarios I can see in my head to where running the numbers, don't be a hero. That's just what it comes down to. It's not worth the risk. My odds are better just being part of the group that the shooter is threatening. Let's just say, I think most banks, you're not supposed to have a weapon, but let's just imagine there was a bank where I'm not illegal for having a weapon on me. And some guy's like, hey, everybody, this is a stick up. Let's say it's a convenience store or something like that. And there's security guards. I probably would not try to be a hero because I don't want to have to be in that position to where I'm trying to calm down some much afraid security guard, and he puts me in that situation of him hearing me and me having to deal with the fact that I can see he's not hearing me. You hear a lot of people confidently talking about how just binary it is about shooting another person. Oh, well, you know what, to do it, it's wrong. It's just, it is what it is. Even if you're, well, we're not going to go down that road. It's not as straightforward as you might think. The law is not as straightforward as you might think. You've heard me say that many times, that one of the many, how we talked about redlining earlier, African Americans had the same rights granted them through the Constitution as everyone else. The difference was the people of America denied them those constitutional rights. I said this is a good time for a plug. So our wine today is the Federalist. So you think about Second Amendment, and there was hours of footage out there, hours of footage. And I'll keep saying this. I challenge you to find someone. I challenge you to find video that had find video that had African Americans walking around in the middle of the night, surrounded by army and police.
Say that one more time, because that's really important. Say that one more time, because there is a pushback that says, we saw minorities with guns. Yeah, you saw minorities with guns, but minorities with guns were home by nighttime, or the guns were put away.
And one, I won't even go that far. I'll say that whether they were legal or not, because I saw, let's just say I didn't see the best firearm safety and discipline exhibited that night. But the minorities were concealed carry. Let me be very clear with that terminology. I am not saying that every minority that I saw with a gun out that night had a concealed carry permit. I'm saying they had it in their pocket, they had it in their jacket, they had it in pants. They were not walking around with a vest with a carbine or an AR.
But that's the black tax right there. That's the black tax. Once again, for black gun owners matter. For us to exercise our Second Amendment rights, I think it's bizarre. I'm not a gun guy, but we have to be meticulous to make sure that we are not perceived as a threat. And you can pull up that video of the guy walking down a street in Texas with a long gun, with a long barrel, and you see the same black guy walking down there, and people ride by him, by the white guy, but the black guy, whoop, 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 here come the police, whoop, whoop, whoop. You know, if you have a constitutional right, and you know something, Ray, you knocked my socks off with something. I didn't know Ohio was an open carry state. So if it's open carry state, why are you freaked out about a kid with a, well, never mind, I ain't gonna go there. But
so I did mention that the other day, Tamir Rice. Ohio's an open carry state. So there's a lot of people right now defending Kyle Rittenhour. Where were those voices? Because remember, that was the thing. Yeah, he's 12, but he looked like a grown man. He was a taller kid he looked like an adult. The police didn't know they had to respond to the threat. Ohio was an open carry state. And you know, Ohio actually had 2 African Americans killed in open carry. One guy was actually in the Walmart and someone called on him and he was killed in the Walmart. Both open carry state. It was, you know, both in Ohio. I
remember the Walmart. Yeah.
Yeah. So Tamir Rice, that's an open carry state. So coming back to it again, the U.S. Constitution is not made accessible for everyone. And you have a lot of people to where giving access to everyone is a threat. They do not want African Americans practicing that same level of freedom.
What they didn't have the first gun laws in Washington until after the Panthers went into Sacramento, right?
Right. Now again, I will tell you this: conservative responders are very adept at, once you release history that's been hidden, they try to talk around it. So right now, even Colin Noir, he's had a video trying to explain how it's not just about Republicans, but it was. It absolutely was. The same way you hear people say, you know, the Southern strategy is not real. Absolutely, it was.
Whoa, the guy who died, it's published. Come on, Anthony.
What are you thinking?
I was thinking, no, that's Vietnam. That guy came. I'm thinking about Vietnam.
That's a wild phone, buddy.
I know. I'm sorry.
So, so when I think about the constitutional side of what we saw on the ground with guns, so that's what I wanted to bring up. So now I'm seeing on the left of center, I'm seeing this is why we need to abandon open carry. So I guess my question, my concern is, does that help my community? I'm pointing out a fact that the Second Amendment right was not extended to the Black community that night by the police. I'm pointing out that because of the culture that we have, minorities, many of us knew not to even test that theory of having Second Amendment rights. Is the answer to simply take the rights away from everyone? Or maybe we should confront the fact about it being different? I prefer to confront the treatment of difference. There are many pro-gun groups in this area, right of center. They should be the biggest proponents if minorities like me are saying we should be allowed to walk around too wherever we want to go in this country with rifles. They should be okay with that. If you're not supporting it, something else is going on here. Something else is definitely going on. Give me a thumbs up. I muted you, Anthony. Give me a thumbs up when your super loud phone is not about to blow out everyone's ears again.
You were just like, are we dating? Because you were like hypercritical of me, like my girlfriend, dude. Are we dating? Because I don't think we're dating. I don't like black guys.
All I know is that is a
But
loud, annoying phone.
But I like guys with money though. So, well, I like money. So,
Oh, I ain't got no money. I got no money for you.
Is that
all right?
right?
So let's see. We talked about redlining. Oh, man, I really want to get into libertarians. So we've been talking about the Constitution a lot.
You mean light Republicans?
I think there's a couple real libertarians. I've met some, but the official libertarian stancing, it should. I guess that's what I want to go at. I'm really wondering with what's happening, where are the real libertarians? When you hear a community saying gun rights are not being extended to them, I'm okay with the NRA. NRA has become quite an animal. It is not an objective site. It's not gun rights for all. It's gun rights if you agree with Trump. Now, Trumpians will say that's not true, but Trumpians can't produce Democrats or left of center people or who disagree with that statement. So if your entire body of people are on one side, then that is a telling thing. And for the record, I actually was an NRA member for about 3 years until I realized I think I stopped paying my dues again after the shooting in New York, or not New York. I'm sorry, Ohio. And let's say that man's name, Ohio Walmart shooting. That was John Crawford III. He was shot and killed by a police officer in a Walmart in Beaver Creek, Ohio. Oh, and I forgot about that. It wasn't actually a gun. He was holding a BB gun that was for sale in the store. That's what it was. I remember now. He had a BB gun that was for sale in the store. And the sporting goods section, and another customer called 911 claiming that he'd been pointing it at customers. The person also called and stated he'd been pointing it at customers. Security footage showed that Crawford was talking on his cell phone, holding the gun as he shopped, but he never pointed it at anyone. After the security footage was released, the guy who made the call recanted, saying at no point did he shoulder the rifle or point at someone. but he still claimed that he was waving it around. So the result of that, Ohio's an open carry state. Let's see here. So there was John Crawford's law, which is they changed the way that toy guns are made. The family got 101 point. They got 1.7 million, and no charges were filed against anyone, including the person who called. So the police weren't charged. The guy who made the call, amazingly, wasn't charged. Actually, I shouldn't say amazingly. It's not surprising at all. And in the video showed they fired immediately after entering the store. So that's the one that we're talking about here. Now, I'm reading this here, and there was actually a second person who died from a heart attack while fleeing the shooting, the actual shooting with the police officers. Her death was ruled a homicide, which legally means that only that the death was a direct result of the actions. So it was tied to it. But so actually 2 people died, one of a heart attack, a lady, and then John Crawford. So coming back to it, I mean, this is not me, Ray being Ray's all scared. We have evidence of the rules are not the same. Now, maybe someone can provide an example of a white person walking around with a BB gun in the store, and it happened too. I'm not going to claim I keep up with everything. I'm aware of situations where, like Daniel Shaver, that was an unarmed shooting, but when I'm talking about practicing gun rights, I don't see it the same. You see the militia groups out in Georgia, but I argue it's Georgia. There's a lot more of us out there. I would be completely fine putting together a group to demonstrate gun rights, but I'd want to have a large group. Are you back, Mr. Kennedy?
Yeah, there's a crisis I'm going to try to manage and talk to you because I'm so well at multitasking.
Fair enough.
It would be exhausting to be a black gun owner. I'm just sometimes I want to put my blackness down for just a few minutes, man. I just want to put my blackness. Just let me put it on the side for a minute. I'll come back to it. It's my birthright. I own it. That's my blackness. But I just want to put it down for just a few minutes, And to be a black gun owner, forget it. That would be too stressful for me.
So I actually don't feel stressed carrying, but let's talk about why. I'm concealed carry. And the way that I dress, and I actually think black or white, the way that I dress, people just never assume. They never think a guy in a suit carries, ever.
And yet every Secret Service person's in a suit.
Exactly. Now,
cheap suits, not good suits, but still.
So yeah, my point is, well, you got to do a little tailoring. If you're going to conceal carry a lot in suits, you got to have a good tailor, a proper tailor. I normally wear a vest, so the vest have to be fit a certain way because you don't want to flag. Again, to each his own. I don't want people around me more concerned or heightened. I don't want that. To the point where if you talk to most real gun holders, most real gun users, and most police officers, they're not going to call me an idiot, but they're going to express concerns with my choice because I carry small the back. Again, wearing suits that I choose to carry small the back. So most professionals, they will tell you that, okay, Ray carries small the back. Hopefully Ray is half as good as he claims to be. But I put that added risk or responsibility, however you want to say it. I put that on myself because I'm not looking to have everybody worked up. Because I'll tell you this right now, I don't feel more comfortable when everybody in the room has a gun. I talk about this a lot. This idea that, well, if everybody had a gun, then things would be better. All I heard is a fool that has never been in a room full of people he don't know with guns. I was never in Afghanistan during one of those talks, where there's our side and there's their side, and we probably were shooting at each other last week, or they're probably going to try to kill us later. I've never sat at one of those shuras. That's what they were called. I was never sat at a shura saying, man, this has got to be the safest place in the world for me right now. Everybody has a rifle. Never thought that ever once. What I actually was thinking was all the weapons that everyone here is carrying, it only takes one person to clear the room. That's actually what I think when I'm in a room full of people. Proper weapon, one guy can clear the room.
This is I guess I just never felt I was in a situation where I wish I had a gun. Again, my experiences are different than other people's. I don't live in the south side of Chicago in some of the bad neighborhoods, and quote bad neighborhoods. But how do I tell a man not to protect his family? How do I tell him? So in some of these neighborhoods, you have to be strapped. How do I not tell someone to take every precaution to take care of your family in some of these neighborhoods where policing is not as effective as it should be? So I get sometimes why someone, but I just don't. I'm just not in those situations. And when I used to drive
normally at this point in the conversation, you have the pro gun guy saying, "What? What are you crazy? Better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it." I'm not even going to go there because I will share with you, since I've been home, just let's talk real estate. You go checking out a vacant building or something like that, and there's somebody in there. There has been, I can count them on one hand. So there's probably been 4 or 5 times where I had a situation where, looking back on it now, I am so glad I did not have my weapon. And that includes one night I left the garage door up. So let me say that first. I left the garage door up. I didn't know it at the time, but the police caught them. Some white kids strung out on heroin came in through the garage, came into the kitchen. I was asleep with the kids upstairs. And, like you just wake up in the middle of the night. I didn't know I heard something. I just know I woke up. I went downstairs, grabbed some water, didn't even turn the lights on, went back to bed. The next morning, I remember now. The next morning, the door knocks. I had, when you're doing life insurance, they come over and take the blood and everything. I had the nurse coming over to do the blood and urine for my life insurance. And so open the door, she comes in and start cutting lights on in the kitchen. And I'm like, things kind of look weird. And it took me a while to realize that things were missing. So things were missing. And that's when I put 2 and 2 together, that someone had come in and they had gone through the gone through the house. So I had a weapon upstairs. I chose, it was tired. I was late. I did not go downstairs with the weapon, and I didn't see them either. But that's one of those instances where that there's a lot more ifs there, but I was glad I didn't see them, and I was glad I didn't have my weapon on me. I've also had times where, within the real estate game, if you do it long enough, there's going to be someone in your place because it's empty. And many of time, I have been in that situation. I remember one time I was armed. So I was going by the place, and I just happened to be driving by. Actually, it's a crazy thing telling you this story now, because that house is actually on the street where the shooting happened with Kyle Rittenhouse. So it's actually on that street. And I can see flashlights going around in the house, but this is a vacant house. So I quickly pull over, and before I know it, I'm out of the car, and I had a, what did I have at the time? Had a Smith & Wesson 442. So 5-shot snub nose revolver, hammerless. Is that true? I think I had hammerless. Doesn't matter. So I am walking towards the house, and I don't know what made me stop, but something made me stop. And I kind of just asked myself, is there anything in this vacant house worth killing these guys, whoever they are? First off, I didn't know how many they were. So no, let's put that piece in there too. I got 5 shots. It's the nighttime. I've got 5 shots. Now, statistically, some guys break into a vacant home. No, because they probably watched. They knew it was an actual vacant. They're probably not rolling heavy, but it doesn't matter. You don't know how many people are down there. Could be 1, could be 5. Let's go clear out the place, because that's what it was. I was using the storage as well. But even if there wasn't a danger to me, let's say I had, say I had a semi-auto or something like that, I asked myself, is it worth it? Had insurance, all my stuff's covered. Is it worth it? And for me personally, coming back to why I'm so pissed at these people talking about defend the buildings, these guys were breaking into my place, and I did not feel I had warrant, that I had clearance to, one, go in there, create the situation so that I could then possibly kill them. Now let's talk it through. I don't know for sure if I would have been cleared on the shooting. I don't know. Maybe some DA would have said, you should have called the police and waited outside. I don't know if castle law applies to you being able to run to property to defend it. I know if you're inside the house, of course, but I don't know if it means if you are watching the video cameras and you see the guy breaks into your house, can you run over to the house, run in and shoot the guy dead? Doesn't feel right to me. So that's what I did. I called the police and waited back. And I didn't even, again, it was nighttime. I didn't even try to run around the perimeter. I wasn't about to tackle anybody. Now, it's a huge building, this particular building I'm talking about, so big and so many exits that they were able to get out without me noticing. So by the time the police came, we then went in with the police. We went in and went from there. And it was cleared. It was gone, but you could tell people had been into the building. But I think about these moments. There was another time, again, vacant house. And someone called me and said, someone's in your house. So I went over there. I was actually on my motorcycle, so I have a gun safe on my motorcycle. I started to go in, but this was daytime. I was like, you know what? Let's just see what happens. I'm just going to go in there because it's probably just more druggies like it usually is. And I went in there, and yeah, it was some kids. So I think about these things where what does it mean for a man where I don't care how many times your stuff's been broken into. I've had my stuff broken into a lot. I've had a lot of things stolen. I don't even want to start talking to you about all the guitars that I've had stolen from me. Let's just say in 1983, triple humbucker Ibanez Destroyer, the Def Leppard guitar, that's not an easy thing to replace. Having said that, I still did not go out looking for somebody to shoot. I kind of wish that the same way I don't go around looking for white kids strung out to shoot, I kind of wish that my city didn't go around looking for black guys who are doing deadbeat stuff to shoot. And that's what I feel, though. I feel that what that night demonstrated was a part of the community that was like, let's go shoot some thugs. Let's go shoot some punks. Let's go shoot some clowns. And you see that online. Let's go shoot some communists. I don't sit around here saying, let's go shoot some country boys. Let's go shoot some racists. Let's go shoot some militia boys. I don't sit around thinking that way. You keep hearing people say, well, all the division. I argue that the more people say all the division, the more they are doing something to continue the division. Again, I'm going to keep beating up on libertarians until they start standing by us, until they start standing with me, until I start seeing libertarians. Like, honestly, that is something as a community, I would have appreciated. Let me back up. Definitely would have respected. Once libertarians saw that, like, whoa, no. The Constitution is not for some. It's for all. We're now involved. That would have been something. Even not, and I'm not even going to say show up physically. Seeing that at the national stage where libertarians are like, hey, we're hearing that night, the citizens that were minorities did not feel comfortable practicing their rights. We're not going to sit here and claim it's just because they're stupid or just because they have a genetic imbalance or deficiency or they don't know any better because they can't read good. We're going to assume that they're not crazy and there's a reason behind that, and we have a problem with that. For all the people that say, hey, we're not white supremacists, we're not white nationalists, if this recording gets to them because they're not here later, if this gets shared to them and they hear this, if they're half what they claim, I expect to have people reaching out to me. That militia group had over 1,000 members. Let's say that actually 500, 600 of those members actually are gun holders and they're in this area. I would expect to have people contacting me saying, hey, listen, we are pro-gun, we are pro-Second Amendment, and we have a problem hearing you say you don't feel comfortable practicing your Second Amendment rights in our city, in our county. We have a problem with that. We want that rectified. We want to see guys like you, Ray, walking around the same way we're walking around. That is what would be impressive to me. That is what would look like principle to me. So even though there's a lot of factions, there's a lot of different groups. It's so funny because you hear all this, I don't like labels. I don't like labels. We're humans. We classify. We classify our food. We classify what's trying to kill us. We classify things. So if you fall in one of these bigger buckets that I'm collectively calling gun rights, libertarianism, constitutionalist, where are you? Where are you?
Are you in this for a reason or are you in it for a season? And if the season gets dark on you, all of a sudden now you're out, then I don't know. But this is a theory I've never quite understood. We're still talking about libertarianism, right? Or we missed
Whatever
it.
you want to talk about, but I was talking about, I was doing a call out. This is the streets calling libertarians out. Oh, I guess I'm just talking again. I'm about to kick him off my show, y'all. So, yeah, those are the groups. NRA's already shown their true colors. That's why I left the NRA. I wrote them letters. I did phone calls. NRA has made it clear they're not about being real. That's fine. And I ain't calling Noir, although I think he might have left them. I'm not sure. Let me see. I think he's a former. I think he kind of broke off on his own. Call you Noir. Yeah, he broke off on his own. It looks like here. He's got a YouTube channel. So even still, let him do his own thing. He's just trying to keep his bill. Half the time when I hear him say things, he's like, and it's not just because they're all black. So like when I say Colin Noir, now I'm about to go mention Candace Owens. I don't watch TV. But there's reality people who make their money being sensationalist. They make their money saying things that trigger. Now, I'm now self-reflecting here. Why am I able to name black people who say things that are counter to what most black people say? But I can't name white people. Why is that? I think I'll answer my own question for you. Because white people don't run up to me asking, have I heard these people? I live in the Midwest. There's that one lady. She's an older lady. She runs around teaching white people what it's like to be a minority. Can't think of her name right now. Let's see. Older lady. See how powerful
Karen
Google
Kempen?
is. What did you say?
Is she a Democrat? Is she a Democrat?
Jane Elliott.
Oh,
Jane Elliott.
the older woman with the demanding voice.
Right.
Yeah.
So Jane Elliott, she I don't have, like, when I'm out there drinking at the country bars down in Paddock Lake, I don't have any white people come to me and it's like, have you actually seen any Jane Elliott videos? That has never happened to me. Even when I'm in the social club or the yacht club, none of them have ever asked me, have you seen Jane Elliott? There's only a couple people I get asked about. Have I read their books? And have I heard what they have to say? And that is Candace Owens, Colin Noir, Ben Carson.
Wait, what is the commonality?
Remember Alan Keyes, was that his name? Alan Keyes is a politician.
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't he try to run for president? I don't. No, he's an American pundit, but Alan Keyes. But these are the only people I get asked about. Therefore, they're the twins, the two black twins who are like super Trumpers. These are the only people that these groups of white folks ask me about. So, answering my own question, the reason why I can't think off the top of my head white sensationalist is because I majority live around white people when I'm working or when I'm out. I drink at an Irish bar. So the places I spend my time around, when people are asking me what have I read or have I looked at, these are the people that it's about normally. This is normally what it's about. So, Alan West. Can't forget about our boy Alan West. That was this Colonel, right? Colonel West. Yeah. So
that one I don't know.
Yeah.
That's the name I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. Lieutenant Colonel. So Republican Party. So coming back to we should all be together in balance. No, I don't run into people who ask me, have I read up on these things? Keyes ran against Obama. Okay. So that's the explanation for why I know some people I don't, because I will do that. I have books here. So if the, let's call it people who don't come from where I come from, if I keep hearing certain names enough, I will go ahead and get the books and read them. So I have O'Reilly books. I have what else do I have? I have 3 of Ben Carson's books. Because I just, you don't want to be so absolute you're unwilling to learn. So here's another funny thing I find about social media. You'll be seeing people like, have you read this? Well, have you read this? Well, have you read this? Well, have you read this? Whenever you see that, ain't none of those people read a damn book. They're just Googling books and throwing them in each other's faces. I didn't want to be one of those people. So I spend a lot of time reading what the other side believes is ground truth. Now, am I about to go grab a book written by Charlie Kirk? Probably not. Have I read Ben Shapiro? No, I got an audiobook, but what's up?
I was trying to read Trump's Art of the Deal, and back in 80, 92, 93, and that thing was just that thing is poorly written. I'm sorry. And
yeah, but it's good to know it yourself. You don't have to trust someone else. If you've read it yourself, you now know. I've even read the Fox News guy's book, Ailes. I got that here somewhere. And I liked reading his book because it was great understanding. I don't agree with the guy, but I understand my enemy. It's no different than when I was in Afghanistan. I would read the insurgency manuals. I thought that made sense all day long. My business is terrorists. So yes, I would read insurgency manuals, even if it meant going word by word, translating it from Russian, because actually most of the manuals were in Russian, translating it from Russian to English, or even the more painstaking task of trying to translate it from Dari or Tajik or Pashtun into English. I felt that was worth my time. My business is people trying to kill me. I figured that was a good use of professional development time to figure out the ways they were thinking about killing me. That's what I do here back home. There are people who maybe are not literally trying to kill me, but I don't see much effort to ensure they're not accidentally killing me, coming back to our softball analogy. So given that, learning their tactics and learning their ways. I'm now scanning through all the other books I have, at least in this room. I'm not seeing the others that jump out from the quote unquote other side.
I've been using Catch 22's Joseph by Heller, and there's a line in there where they want Yossarian to go fly the bomber mission. He's like, no, you're trying to kill me. And the guy's like, his commanding officer says, no, I'm not trying to kill you. The enemy's trying to kill you. And the line is, the enemy is anyone who wants you, who's trying to kill you. That's the enemy. That's it.
So I see, just to recap, I see we got some new people coming in. So what we're talking about right now, we're cycling through a couple topics and just kind of letting it free form and go. But everything from redlining to gun rights for minorities. So what's the common thread there? We have a U.S. Constitution, but is that Constitution in practice being extended to everyone? Because if technically African Americans had the same rights as everyone else the day the Constitution was written, but there is de facto the actual rights you have, and then there's what actually happened, or normative versus positive is a better way to use this conversation here. What is the actual real deal? Does everyone have Second Amendment rights? And then what's actually being practiced? So just quick catch up. We use the example of someone will say, well, I had a lady talking to me today. She's like, well, redlining is no more. And her reasoning is redlining is no more because we passed a law. Logically, you don't have to get into emotion. Logically, that is bad logic. And here's why. We had a law against redlining when we got the 13th Amendment. 13th Amendment said treat everyone the same. You freed the slaves. Now, what we've been experiencing in this country is conservatives' application of the courts to misinterpret or to deny access to individuals. So I've been saying that a lot in recent recent live streams, where the 13th Amendment specifically talked about any badges of slavery. It removes and mitigates, engages any badges of slavery. But in 1883, the Supreme Court ruled that housing discrimination was not a badge of discrimination, which is why that was a big court case, to where that's where you started seeing segregated housing, segregated building. Even the federal government was able to go over it. Fast forward to 2007, Judge Justice Roberts, he was able to use that same attitude of, well, it's not a badge of racism. It's not a badge. Yes, bad things happen in the past, but we shouldn't use the courts to try to leverage. We shouldn't use the courts improperly to try to leverage things in the past. Great book you should pick up. It's called The Color Line. Actually, I got it here. The Color of Law. Great book by Rothstein. And he goes, through the years, showing how deliberate. And, when people say, oh, that was done after the 60s. No, that continued by law well into the 80s. So think about that. How are you going to tell me that something that happened in a city in the 80s doesn't have effects today? Again, I live in Kenosha, 100,000 people. The car plants left in the 80s. I'm going to tell you this right now. You still see those effects in this community today. At the height of the car plant's employment, it was about 6% of the population here in Kenosha working for the car makers. Their heydays were the late 70s, early 80s. That was almost 40 years ago. This city is still feeling the effects of when those car plants left. Kenosha per capita income, I'm going to double check it before I say it. Last time I checked, it was about 28,000. Let's see what we got here. Let's do economics. I wrote demographics. Usually, if you're lucky, you'll get both the demographics for the people and the economics. Kenosha economy, economic data. Here we go. Let's see what we got. Oh, they're giving me everything. I didn't want to get this serious. Estimate of median household income. Oh, this is Kenosha County. So let's go. I want to do city of Kenosha. Although that's a good thing to talk about. I have not actually looked at countywide data, and that was a very interesting thing. So maybe we'll talk about that later. Kenosha city economic. Let's go per capita income. Here we go. Finally, quick facts. See what the Census Bureau's got to say. So 2019, they're still saying we're under 100,000. They got us officially at 99,944. Population growth of 0.7% from 2010, because, census is to every 10 years. So there's probably a projection basis as well. 25% of the population is under the age of 18. 13% is over the age of 65. More women than men, 51-49 ratio. 6% of the population in Kenosha is veterans. I did not know that. That's pretty high, in my opinion. I'll double check that, but I think that feels pretty high. Okay. So median house value, the median value of a home in Kenosha, 145,000. Definitely call me out if you want. I believe the last time I checked for the nation, it's 200,000 average value of a home in the nation. So, give you an idea there. Average rent here in Kenosha is $880. Bachelor degree or higher for people over the age of 25, 24% of the population. What I'm looking for is per capita income. Okay. Per capita income is $27,427. Okay, so hasn't changed. 17% of the people, according to official, Federal Census Bureau guidelines, 17.7% of the population is in the poverty, at or below the poverty line. So that's a quick snapshot of the area. 17.7%. You heard per capita income, which you can probably do a rough translation, but I'll go ahead and say it. That makes median household income about $53,657 a year. So call it $54,000 a year. So these are the underlying economic components here. Oh, and I didn't go through demographics, but I believe 2/3 of Kenosha identifies on census as white. So 17%, what is that? 1 in 6? Does that make sense? 1 in 6 people in your town are at the poverty line. Let's do a quick for America. Percentage of Americans at or below the poverty line. For the nation, the official poverty rate is 12.3%. So I think 12.3 versus 17. I don't really have to run the numbers there. Pretty safe to say that's statistically significant a difference. Now, one thing I did want to take a look at really quick was Kenosha County. Kenosha County per capita income. It looked higher. Here we go. So now I know to scroll at the bottom for this chart. Here we go. So, okay, so not much higher, but it's higher. So for the county, per capita income is 30,700, meaning, and median income is 61,000. So, so the county per capita is actually greater than the city of Kenosha. It's so the numbers are close enough to where I don't feel comfortable trying to make an assumption about what that could or should mean. I'm really going to stab you, Anthony. Do you now have two potato chip bags in front of the microphone?
I'm not a professional. Shut up. I forget the microphone is right here.
Tell me more.
Don't,
You know what I'm going to do?
I'll
Because I
get
love
there,
you.
okay? Leave me alone.
I'm going to set you up over there. I'm going to come over there because the people need to hear you a lot, often. So I'm going to get you squared away over there. I'm going to get you a cool setup over there so the people can hear you speak. They want to hear their person. Get this out there.
You know, messaging is very important, right? are and I think you needed to put a better message that we are actually friends and not as adversarial as you say.
I don't hate you. I just hate the things you do.
Oh my God, I say that all the time in my head.
So I want to stay on the point there. I was so I don't know if you heard me or not, but I was just sharing quick economic facts about city of Kenosha versus county of Kenosha.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's some things I do want to talk about since we're getting a little economic or statistics geeky here.
Oh, he's
So
waking up.
here
He's
in
waking up.
Kenosha, right now, this curfew is only for us here in the city. So the curfew is it's put out by at the county level, but it's only for the city. The country doesn't have this curfew. So we are by the water. So we're called east of the eye. They're called west of the eye. So non-water is west of the eye. It might be interesting for most people that while you keep hearing us talk about rural versus urban, 40% of the people west of the eye voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. So coming back to how we often say that the black vote is not a monolith, guess what? Neither is the rural vote.
I think if you want to look at a better indicator of, look at how many times Samantha Kirkman's had a opponent and whether someone is closing in on her versus whether she's widening the gap. I believe that she's winning by less and less margins. Now, as a politician, I'm winning, so I'm happy that I'm winning. But if that margins are closing, that means Democrats are trending up in the county.
So talk to me. What are you saying here? Like, is she like looking like Phoenix, Arizona? You know, every year, Phoenix, Arizona, it over the last, I'd say 20, 25 years, because the city's growing out, because it's sprawling, you see it going from red to purple to where it's dark purple to where it's turning blue. Are you seeing that similar thing happening with her situation?
I don't think it's going to turn blue, but I think it's going to be harder for a Republican to win in the county. And you know what? Because of what just happened, if I'm in Twin Lakes, that property I'm selling for $70,000, that empty lot in Twin Lakes I'm selling for $70,000 because of what just happened, I'd go to 100,000 on that lot. I think there will be a flight out of Kenosha among a certain class of people, and Twin Lakes will sound pretty attractive for some people. I could be wrong. I'm off and am.
Well, let's talk about that. What if here's what I'm feeling.
At the risk of sounding negative, you don't have a Gurnee if it wasn't for the influx of Hispanics into Waukegan. You don't have an Antioch if it wasn't for the influx of blacks into Zion.
So if the rural area, let's take your numbers. If a $70,000 lot, meaning you haven't even built anything on it, if the lot goes from 70,000 to 100,000 out there, you're changing the demographic that can actually pay you that money.
Oh yeah, that's not a family lot anymore, or that's not a. Yeah, you're right. It's $100,000 lot. You're building. I don't know what the scale is to that, but you're building a way nicer house.
So I guess here's what I'm thinking. You might see a form of gentrification occur that we normally don't talk about, if we talk about it at all. I don't I mean, because right now you have gainfully employed people. I mean, clearly by the numbers, the fact that the Kenosha County has a higher per capita income and median income, that mathematically means that the people out there on average have to be making a lot more money because, you got poor people out there too. So the fact that you have poor people out there, you have to have, on average, more wealthier people moving out on that side. I think also right across the eye, that's, we have these couple divisions, Strawberry Creek and everything used to be farmland. I actually think I remember when I first came out here, those are actually strawberry fields out there. I think I remember that. So I think what happens when you start building it, so the average home in America is $200,000. I think once you start, I'm just going to make it up on the fly here. I think when you start building at $300K for a house,
yeah,
I think once you start building at $300K for a house in this Midwest area, I think you then begin to, gentrify the rural area. I muted you. One day you'll learn how to mute yourself. That's what I'm thinking. So I think that's what happened. That 40% voting for Hillary Clinton, I think that happened through that farmland being developed, selling houses in that range. Now, what I don't know about, and I'm thinking, I don't know to speculate on or whatever, is the idea of if you get more, like you start going into jumbo. What's a jumbo loan right now for real estate? Is it 650,000? Okay,
Ray, you're on the
well,
ask the audience.
I think jumbo loan. There's always that's the one good thing about putting yourself out there in public. There's always someone willing to tell you when you're wrong. when I was a younger man with a lot more ego, I used to hate that. But now with these shows, I just kind of throw a dart at the wall and I tell someone else to put it on the bullseye.
You're crowdsourcing information.
Yeah. Let's see what Miss Tanya's got to say. I took my daughter to that area this past week to get her out of the city with everything going on. We already experienced hundreds of people who are being violent during their path, which was directed right past our house 3 months ago. Where did you go? Help me understand the context here.
What was going on in May?
Hold on. I don't see the word May. What are you talking about?
3 months.
Oh,
July.
Yeah. Look
August,
at you
July,
doing math.
June.
What happened 3 months ago? I don't know. What happened?
Well, George Floyd was killed in the last week of May. So she's talking about the George Floyd demonstrations.
Was there George Floyd demonstrations around here?
Yeah, man, that was long. Yeah, that's when I wrote the email saying, "Hey, we only got a little bit of time here. Let's talk about."
I remember you speaking on it.
Yeah.
Did we have people marching in the streets and stuff here?
I'm trying to think what actually happened. I think there was some.
I argue that this conversation now is answering the question.
I think that George Floyd one was the car racing. Everyone was running up and down with cars. Remember? There wasn't a lot. I remember the cars zipping around. Ain't this crazy? We're talking like it's a freaking show. No, it's that other show we were watching, and this should be distinctive in our heads, but we're getting numb to it.
Now I'm trying to figure out where my head was at June 1st. Was there city destruction or anything like that during that? Because I'm trying to think let's talk building fires. I was downtown the other day and one of the buildings, I was like, oh, they burned this building too. And someone reminded me, no, that was a separate thing. It was a fire against some guy's cigarette. So you said, yes. What buildings were destroyed?
That was uptown. That was an uptown, the separate fire.
Oh, okay. So okay, so blame the wine, I guess. I don't know. I forgot I did this. So, yes, not only was there...
We know there was a march. We know the march. We're asking...
I knew there was a march.
We're asking were there agitators?
And I actually forgot. He's right. We had agitators that time. That was the first time. Yeah.
Okay,
Man,
now I'm remembering. They marched
I'm
uptown,
remembering now too. And
and
think
that's
how,
where the guy came out on his porch with his AR.
yep, you're right.
Because
That's when locals started coming out with their weapons and the kids were just marching peacefully. I remember that now.
I actually spoke at the thing. They allowed me to speak.
So yeah, I'm seeing here. So soon sushi convenience store had broken windows. I remember that. And I now remember the BLM marchers. They had one guy was arrested, right? He came at them with a gun.
He came to his porch, didn't he?
He came to his porch and pointed it at them. I remember that now. Yeah. So stuff's happened so fast. And then
and they were got all the way over to Popeye's Chicken. Remember there were demonstrators in 39th Avenue and 75th.
now I'm thinking about Popeye's Chicken. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. I do remember that. And I was there. I was there overseeing the overseers. Actually, yeah. So I put that was the first time it was ramped up. Now I'll tell you this. So what Christopher's referring to here is, so back in June, we started that just like this time, but this time was much bigger. We started hearing about people wanting to come into town with their guns. Chris saying now he's got to get a snack. So we started about these people coming in town with their guns. So they called themselves the Observers. That was their first name. And you know what? I think our Kevin Mathewson friend was actually a part of that. I am pretty confident he was part of that. So I created a event called Observing the Observers, because they called themselves We're the Observers. So I said, okay, so my group is going to be Observing the Observers. Someone just confirmed, yeah, he was affiliated with that one. So I put out a page saying, hey, we're going to observe the observers. Am I able to go back in time on my events? Yeah, past events. So that was August 25th. What did we say that was? Was that June? Yep, here it is.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and share the screen. Let's see here. So I'm going back to my past events here on Facebook. And so I'm going to drop you here, Chris, so everyone can see. So yes, you're right. So that was June the 2nd, Observing the Observers. So I made this event, and you can read what I wrote here. Let's go ahead and blow this up. So yeah. So basically this other group would say, we're going to meet down at the courthouse, and, you know, we're going to, like, I forgot what they wrote for theirs. So I wrote this for mine. Oh, I remember. Well, I don't have to remember. You're seeing it right in front of you. So this is what I talked about. So there was the BLM. They said they're going to do a peaceful event, kneel for 9. Okay. I got my cheat cards out now. Whole bunch of college kids, for sure, unarmed. All unarmed people going out there in front of the courthouse, and they're going to kneel for 9 minutes. That was their plan. At the same exact time, this militia watchdog group, at the time they called themselves the Observers, said they're going to go out there and protect buildings. Now, you got a whole bunch of unarmed people, and you got them surrounded by people with guns. I don't care what you claim. That is intimidation. I didn't like it. And I had a couple friends that didn't like it too. So this is what you see here. This is what I wrote. I encouraged all trained military personnel who remembered that their oath was defend both foreign and domestic. And that's what I wrote. There's another group of citizens that decided to gather weapons and go to the site in response to hearing that people were going to pray. This group here is for individuals who, whether they agree with the protest or not, believe that Americans have a right to protest and bad spelling here. I meant to write without threats, direct or indirect. And I put that in there. The group that's coming out has made it clear they are only there to protect buildings, meaning life doesn't matter. So I invited military citizens to come out that, hey, if some kid throws a rock at a car, at a police car, and then civilians start to shoot that kid for vandalizing a police car, we need to start shooting people. You saw, Dan, I put it, there's a curfew in place. We'll respect the law, because I don't remember if they end up putting a curfew in place or not. Do you remember?
I believe there was one, yes.
Okay. So, yeah, I guess I didn't remember what I was doing on the second. I was leading a counter militia.
Contra militia.
I think why I think why I didn't remember is I had some friends drive down from to be there. But I was like, I ended up not actually going for the stated time, because I started getting so many Facebook responses from some of these militia members saying, hey, and that was a very interesting conversation. So let me tell you how that conversation went. Once I posted that Facebook event, I started getting direct messages from members of the other group, the observers, saying, what are you doing? And I said, I'm just being an American citizen. What are you doing? So then they'd write back, there's nothing wrong with us as law-abiding citizens practicing our Second Amendment rights. And I said, I agree. I just want to do the same. They said, and I can't make it up. These were the conversations. Coming back to the point, Second Amendment is not for everyone. So it continued forward with them saying, well, what are your intentions? And now I'm just being a jackass. They go, what are your intentions? I go, that sounds like a background check. Is that a background check? No, it's not a background check. I just want to know, what are your intentions? I'm like, well, what are your intentions? And they said, well, we don't have any intentions. Well, I don't have any intentions either. And it was just amazing watching them not see the hypocrisy of asking me these questions.
Hold on, Ray. I'm kind of with them, though. I'm standing there to shoot the others. You're standing there to shoot me. Who's the threat? I'm going to protect this building, so I'm okay to shoot others. But you're here to shoot me. Then, of course, you can't have your Second Amendment rights, man. Now, if you're going to stand with me to protect this building, then we cool as stuff, right? We cool. Ace Coon Boone. How about this? Can I eat this? That too loud? That's too loud.
Like I said, we're gonna get you squared away, brother. We're gonna show you how to hit the mute button and everything.
But Ray, if you stay with us though, and shoot them to protect this building, then wait a minute. Are we cursing on this thing, Ray? I forgot.
Or have you been cursing?
I've been good, I think
lately.
Let's call the militias the insurance company's bitches, because they're there to make sure the insurance company doesn't pay out. So they are the insurance company's bitches. We can nomenclature.
Hold on. Walk me through that now. And I'm going to be mad at you if you make me defend the militias.
I'm here to defend this building, this insured business entity. And if I fail to do my job, then this building will have to collect its insurance. So what they're really doing is they're the henchmen or stormtroopers for the insurance industry. They're just shilling for corporate America, man. Once again.
Okay.
I'm telling you, I hit it once in a while, Ray. I'm going to eat a chip now, okay? On that one, I'm going to eat a chip.
Okay. So, yeah, I didn't see it that way. I'll give you that. I thought he was going a different direction. I was like, okay, are you about to make me defend militias now? So, Yeah, so I didn't realize, but that's what I had going on June 2nd. At least online anyway.
But seriously, what does a guy who's making $30,000 shooting wedding photography video and drone stuff and acting as a PI, what does he care about a multi-billion-dollar industry? You're getting punked out. What do you care? What, I mean, why are you? Maybe that building is depreciated and the guy gets gets a payday. Maybe he's insured for replacement value, right?
Well, I think we can agree that these are higher level thoughts that probably aren't going around in the man's head when he's loading up militia, loading up to go be part of a militia. I think more likely what we should be asking is its similarities between like gang violence or joining gangs. Um, you you know, you might ask yourself, why would someone join a group that's going to beat them up? Um, if you think about the pitch of gangs, let's just say there's not much about retirement plans. So why would anyone do it? Despite all the dangers involved, despite the low life expectancy, gangs do a pretty good job of recruiting. I argue that, and I'll just speak mainly about men, boys, whatever you want to call us. I argue that we have this while pop culture, while mainstream culture likes to pretend that this whole I am a rock, I am an island, I think there is a deep desire to be a part of something. And when that need to be a part of something is not engaged with something positive, it's easier. It's an opportunity for negative things to grab hold of a person, even things that are clearly directly not in their best interest. Gangs are not in the interest of the people who join the gangs. But if you talk to gang members, they will defend that gang. They will say it's their family. The women that they are with, their kids, their associated family, because they have family members in these gangs, they then acquire empathies for these gangs. Now, I'm in the Midwest right now, so I guarantee you there's going to be a whole bunch of conservative white people shaking their heads like, yeah, that's what it is. It's a family thing. It's a culture thing. I'll tell you this right now. That is absolutely no different than every single person who's listening to this, who's made an excuse for racist family members. It's your culture. Every, every white woman that I've ever dated, who before we pull up to that barbecue to go hang out with their family, and she stops the car and she goes, "Hey, before we get out, I just want to say my cousin Randy and my cousin Earl and my younger brother Danny, no matter what they say, they're decent people, okay? They can be stupid sometimes and say stupid things, but they're good people if you get to know them. That means you just took me to a racist family event, and I'm about to hear some racist stuff, and it's my job to smile through it, should I choose to accept this mission." That is culture. That is no different than having a family where you're not in a gang, but you have family members in a gang. You have family members who do things that are not good, but you're accepting. You still invite them to Thanksgiving, or they still come to the barbecue. No different at all. So if you can see the culture of others and you are willing to assign it to all of them, if you're willing to say they know they have family members that are in the gangs, and the fact that they don't call the police on their own family members, that's proof it's their culture, it's all of them. You should have no problem with me saying that if you are one of those people that has racist family members and you explain them away, that's your culture. Your family culture is one of racism. Sure, you don't do it the same way that other person is not ride or die with their cousin who's in a gang. You know, I went to school on the East Coast. And man, if I had $1 every time some Italian kid told me that one of their cousins was in the mob, so they had mob ties. Oh man, especially after The Sopranos came out. After The Sopranos came out, first off, 98% of white people in America became Italian after The Sopranos came out. Of that 98%, I would say 95% of them had mob ties. But they don't do bad things. They just have ties. Didn't really care. I was younger, but if I could go back in time, I would tell myself to say to them, well, if you don't call the FBI, I'm going to have to call the FBI on you. We can't have tyranny and corruption. We can't have mobs running America. That's not what America's about. How crazy would I sound? Almost as crazy as all them pretending they got mob ties. We talked earlier about people saying, oh, we want to stop the division. These are microaggressions. Everything we're going through, these are microaggressions that ensure the continuation of division. Whenever you treat people differently, and when someone investigates it, the only thing that is different is the color of their skin. Coming back to what Anthony was talking about earlier, it doesn't matter if it's malicious or ignorance. Racism is racism. You can do ignorant racism. If you're that girl saying, if you go up to a black girl and you're like, oh wow, can I touch your hair? It's so pretty. And before she answers, you're touching her. Yeah, that's ignorance. Still racism. If you're running around saying, well, what about black on black crime? You might not know that white on white crime is the same percentage rates. You might not know that. But it's still racism. Ignorance is not a pass. You very well might not know about gravity, but if you jump off the building, reality is not going to give you a pass. We can get off racism. Let's go back to economics. You might say, hey, I don't want my taxpayer dollars going towards a transportation system. It's not going to make money. They've admitted it doesn't make money. You might be ignorant to the fact that not a single transportation system in America makes money. But at what point are the people around you? Is your society? At what point are they not responsible for your ignorance and you are? At what point is it on you to get yourself educated? To what degree is it like, free country? You can be as ignorant as you want. But where does your responsibility come in? I'll often share with people levels of tolerance. There's 3 levels for tolerance. The first level for tolerance is legal tolerance. That means if you say something stupid, you should not have to worry about the government hauling you away for stupidity. Stupidity should not be a crime. Well, the government should not haul you away for saying stupid things. Legal tolerance. Next, social tolerance. You should not be ran out of the village with pitchforks for saying stupid things. You should not be kicked out by the people for saying stupid things. There's a final thing, intellectual tolerance. This one, you are not owed 100%. So legal tolerance, you should get that 100%. Social tolerance for who you are, you should get that 100%. Who you are and your opinions, your thoughts, your feelings. Intellectual tolerance, no one owes you that. If you run around saying stupid things, if you walk around sharing warped philosophies, if you walk around putting up barriers to truth, if you are a speaker that when you speak, things become less clear, things make less sense when you open your mouth. If you're the type of person to where you just have loose ideas, impulses and emotions, it's almost like Tourette's. It's like mind Tourette's. If that was a thing, you can say that, but no one owes you intellectual tolerance. If you follow me online, you'll see me having all levels of engagement. You'll see people as like everything I say they love. You'll see people in the middle like, okay, I like it when Ray bashes Republicans. I got a whole contingent of leftists who love watching me beat up on Republicans, but hate my guts when I come at them about leftist policies, for example. I got a much smaller contingent of people on the right who like it when I make leftists upset because I don't support, you know, removing all guns, or I don't support what's when usually on money items I don't support. And then I equally have a lot of people who disagree with me almost all the time, but they still follow. They still engage. I argue that those individuals, what they're attracted to is the consistency of presentation, not the exact ideals, but it's a discipline. It's not me. So everything I'm talking about, anyone can do. And honestly, all of us should do. I try to repeat certain things all the time because I truly believe that if more of us work with this kind of discipline, with social engagement, the world will, you call it cheesy if you want, will be a better place. I start with this notion. The majority of us were raised in households and families where we were told not to talk about these 5 things: sex, religion, politics, race, and income. But you know what? I'm going to do the John Cena here. If you don't talk about race, religion, politics, or income, race, religion, politics, income, and sex, if you don't talk about these things, you can't see me. What do you talk about that does not fall in those 5 boxes? What about your real life does not fall in those 5 boxes? I argue one of the many things wrong with this country right now is we are a sea of people who've been raised through generations not to speak about real life, not to speak about our lives. And now we've all been given one of these things, and it's connecting us to everyone in the world. So you purposely taught people not to talk, but then you gave them the ability to talk. Or more directly, you did not teach them how to use words, but now you gave them a machine gun that can go anywhere in the world. And that's what you see happening right now. You sure you have a lot of people saying things that they maybe don't mean just to be malicious. You see these idiots losing their jobs, and half the time they're like, well, I don't really think that way. And you know what? Between me and you, I believe a lot of these people. I believe a lot of these people don't actually believe the things they say. They just wanted to trigger someone. They just wanted to hurt someone, and they said it. Ignorance or malice, who cares? You still lost your job. I believe that sitting around talking about how horrible Mark Zuckerberg is not the answer. I think the answer is
Right.
we the people. I think the answer is we the people. We decide that it matters enough, and we commit to each other and learn how to talk to each other. Now, notice I'm not talking about that cheapness that's going out right now in places like the dark web, of that let's learn to sit there and accept what anyone says no matter what. I'm not saying that. No, I'm not going to say that the definition of good society is me sitting around listening to someone explain why the world would be a better place if my people were eradicated. That is not the goal here. The goal is learning how to engage in such a way for the purpose of connection, the purpose of coming together. Because you can be objective and rational and share information, and your goal is to eradicate other people. Hitler was a great speaker, very articulate. Who's that alt-right guy right now?
Was he black?
Was Hitler black?
Ray? Was Hitler black?
No.
Yeah, because he's very articulate.
Oh, yeah.
That's only a description that you use for.
He had a commanding presence for sure.
So Hitler had to be
What's
black.
that alt-right kid's name? Give me a second.
Okay,
here.
okay, that's better.
Alt-right leader. What's that guy's name? Spencer. Richie Spencer.
Is he on the scene anymore? He was hot 7 years ago, 6 years ago. Is he on the scene?
We're not besties, so I can't say his exact whereabouts at this time.
Yes, you are. Didn't he start doing that sharp dress thing too?
Again, you want to know why he was a joke to me when he first came out? From the very beginning. The reason why
his sock game was off.
You're horrible at finishing my sentences. No. The reason why he was a joke to me was I listened to one of his speeches, and he was explaining how his ancestors were Vikings and how they were the captains, the masters of this world, because they ran around with axes and they just they killed and they pillaged and they plundered. And he said, because of that, he is the rightful heir to the world.
To the world. Huh.
And I found this cute. There was a lot of people angry, offended. I found this cute. Follow through what he just said. You're right. Your ancestors walked around with axes. Your soft little tail runs around asking minorities to respect your authority.
Where's your axe?
Where is your axe, and why are you talking so much? Do what your ancestors did. roll up on the shores of Crenshaw with your axe and take that land, pillage and plunder. That is why he was always a joke to me from the very beginning. You're talking about how your ancestors did thing A, but you're trying to get to the same place doing thing B. That's actually sillier than what America tries to tell African Americans. America tries to tell African Americans, listen, this is how our ancestors got to where they're at, coming back to the Monopoly game. Our ancestors got here this way. But you guys, we want you to do it a different way. Even though no one's ever done it, I have feelings. And those feelings said, you should play the game a different way. Now, if you can't get there a different way, that's not my fault. I know I had 50 rolls of the dice to get to where I'm at. But I think for you, let's be more direct. I know that when I started Monopoly, automatically at the beginning of the game, I got some money put in my hand. But for you, I think you need to work for your startup capital.
I know two people.
I know I got mine, but you should work for yours. I think that's the proper way. I know I didn't do it, and my parents didn't do it, and my parents' parents didn't do it. But I have decided that you should take a route I've never taken. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Any white family telling you that they've been in this country for 3 generations and they were given nothing, they did it all by themselves, is a liar. They might not know they're lying, but they're lying. I mean, even down to where they were able to buy a house at a certain neighborhood. I don't care if they worked for every penny and they did not take a loan from the bank and they paid for the house cash. Fact of the matter is, they were allowed to buy the house.
Exactly. We couldn't buy a house in. Actually, the reason why African Americans are on 29th Avenue, there's a history of redlining on 29th Avenue. And I've just found this out last year that the real estate agent, and this is 45 years ago, the real estate agent that was telling you, watch out, those blacks are coming, he was buying your house for this and then selling it to the blacks for this.
Right.
And I'm sure that real estate agent is a legacy real estate agent. I don't know the name, unfortunately. But
well, I'll tell you some of the moves that are done right now. Here's some of the moves that real estate investors and brokers do right now. So what they will do, they will work with white investors to buy houses in certain sides of town. And they will do the bare minimum to fix them up. And then they will find banks sympathetic to their cause. And they will get these houses appraised for as high as possible. They will then convince minority families that these values are the way. They will talk about all the work they did. So you're seeing this happen in Kenosha right now. Some pretty well-organized investment crews selling houses to people they would never, ever, ever allow one of their children finishing college to buy.
Hey, Greg, can we back up for a second? I was going to say that I know 2 people who went to UW-Madison between 67 and 72. And the reason I know that date specifically is because 67 is when I was born, and 72 is when the greatest football team ever was created.
I'm not interested. Keep going.
Okay, trying to bait you. But here was their story. We could come home at the end of semester, work at the plant, work at AMC, make enough money so that we could pay for 2 semesters of school. And that's how they went through school.
Hold up, I made a mistake here. For everybody following, the team he's talking about is the Florida Manatees. Go on, keep going.
Okay. See, you said you weren't going to respond. I guess that's why it's your show.
The people. I have to do it for the people. So the Florida Manatees. Okay, go.
1972 Dolphins only undefeated season plus Super Bowl. Undefeated
Okay.
plus Super Bowl. So anyway, and their narrative is that's how I got through college. So why can't you go through college that way? Well, tell me a job that will pay for $10,000 in tuition and another $6,000 in fees, and you could work it from May to August. Stripping, prostitution, and drug dealing.
So someone decided to correct you.
Christopher Nalvin. He didn't come in on a conversation that I tried to have.
I thought he was gone anyway. I guess he came back. Maybe he felt the spirit of you talking about your Florida Manatees and he had to come back.
And besides, didn't the Packers get started with a loan from Papa Hallis? So aren't really they just the Bears North? Huh?
I don't think
Silence.
anyone cares about any of these teams because none of them are the Ravens. But focus.
Ray, I almost had a present for you, but it was a shirt, and it was all that Game of Thrones motif, and the shirt said, "The North is not enough." And it was all Game of Thrones motif, and it was the Ravens, but then they crapped out like they usually do.
You know what? My boy is young.
Ooh.
My boy is young. So everyone's like, oh, he choked. I'm like, you know what? My boy's got time. I have a feeling there's gonna be a whole bunch of people hating on the Ravens. And I also have a feeling there's gonna be a whole bunch of Ravens jerseys bought up soon. Hey, let's talk about that. Did you see the National Hockey League canceled their Thursday, Friday games? Or is that a joke that's being played on me? Is that true? I don't know anything about hockey. Is that really happening? I thought it was satire. Do you even know what I'm talking about?
They canceled it because of COVID or in support of Mr. Blake?
Okay, let me pull it up. I think I was told ELM support. Let's see. I don't know if it's a joke or what. I don't know anything about hockey. This looks legit, man. Oh, man. I'm pretty sure I'm actually paying one of these bastards. So here's the thing. I actually did sign up for somebody. I don't remember who it was. So yeah, look at this. National Hockey League. Maybe I'm showing my racism now because I'm so amazed that the National Hockey League is doing this.
Maybe you gotta stop calling it a hockey league.
What are they called?
Hockey. There's no N in there.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's not what I said.
I swear I heard you say it 5 times.
That's because you're drunk on chips or whatever else you've been doing.
I'm actually hungry as
But
hell,
yeah, that
man.
looks real.
Hey, when are you gonna take a break so I can take a break?
Oh, you can take a break whenever. You've been annoying
No,
me with
I'm
all your
saying-
phone calls.
I'm saying go ahead and you take a break and I'll run it for a minute.
What you're gonna oh, look at Chris. So it's hockey. Is that how I say it?
Hockey.
Hockey.
Hockey. You were saying hockey.
It's hockey.
Yes.
Do I go to the car? Do I go to the car
To buy a toboggan? You go to the store toboggan?
to get some taki? My car keys? Has anyone seen my car keys? Are they in my car keys? We're doing that now. Hockey. I guess if I'm going to take this serious, I should learn how to say it first. Hockey.
I swear we all heard the end.
Can I do that instead of actually learning how to skate? Because I
all
earlier
heard.
said, so everyone heard hookie. I see a hookie. So someone heard me say hookie.
I heard you say honky.
Well, no, you said
Like
you heard me
George
say honky.
Jefferson.
You heard me say honky. Chris heard me say hookie. If I'm saying that right, he heard me say hookie.
I didn't even know we
I
had
think
comments.
I'm getting another clarification here. Hockey.
That's from Iowa. That's the Iowa way because it's hockey. Iowa Hawkeyes.
Okay. So you want to run things a while.
No. I was just letting you say you had to stretch your legs and replenish. If you had to download some
Oh, I thought you
information.
had something useful to say to the world.
I mean, you know me. I can talk. If you need to get up and stretch legs and hit the head and refill a bottle of wine, I can handle it for 10 minutes.
I think I said hockey. Oh, no, I got 3 bottles here. I got my red wine. I got my white wine. I got a bottle of scotch, 14-year. And I also even have a bottle of port because I was feeling like I might want dessert a little later. So that's that. I think I'm pretty well. Oh, and of course, I got 2 bottles of water for safety reasons.
I'm amazed that you don't have to pee. That's just amazing to me, man. I got a puddle underneath my desk.
I think my body has like realigned itself to where it just absorbs all the alcohol nutrients. So I just take it as much of it as possible. So yeah. Finishing up my.
It's amazing how little I'm eating on all this and not feeling famished. 3 hours after I'd eat, I'd just feel like, oh my God, I haven't eaten.
Today everybody's so mad. I'll tell you why I'm mad about all this rioting and running around. It's this curfew is at 7. I'm usually like a last minute guy. So when I go re-up my alcohol, I'm usually walking at like 8:57 to go load up. Now it's at 7. It's really been cutting into my drinking. That's another group that I'm surprised. I'm surprised all the liquor sales, like, all the people who sell alcohol. I'm surprised that they aren't the ones like trying to get this all shut down so they can get back to business. That's what I think matters.
Can you see this? I bought 5 blizzards yesterday in the anticipation that I'd be from Dairy Queen.
Ice cream? That's ice cream,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I bought 5 of them with the anticipation that I wouldn't be able to get back there, so I got them all ready to go. And oh yes, I forgot. Ray, you got to handle it for a minute. I go get my natural ice strawberry lemonade beer.
No, you're not allowed to be on my show with no. I'm sitting here trying to like present information and learning to people. Don't you come on here with natural. Nah. You stay there.
I got to go, yo. I'll be right back. Since I gave you a chance to go and you didn't go, I'm going to go. I'll be back.
Whatever. So I'm going to apologize to everyone listening ahead of time. The idea was to help the world become a better place. So please don't assume that because he's about to bring that stuff that we're in any way, shape, form, or fashion condoning that type of behavior or self-abuse, because we're not. I saw him the other day. No matter how bad things are in life, you still have to live life. Okay. You still have to live life. So the first night of the shooting, my friend Anthony here, he decided he's going to run out there. And he's going to try to keep the crowd from getting too out of hand. His idea, this was his bright idea. He was going to go out there and stand between the angry crowd and the police with the idea being, hey, what's going on, Daniel? Hey, brother. His idea being, why don't this was his strategy. I call him on the phone. I'm like, what's your strategy? His strategy was, if the crowd is angry and yelling at him, then they're not yelling at the police, and less likely something will go down between the crowd and the police. That was his master plan. So, as you already heard him admit, he doesn't carry any defensive weapons. Actually, you know what? I just got to do this here because it doesn't matter. He's going to die regardless if he ever tries it. So Anthony has this cane, okay? So I'm like, bro, things are getting crazy out there. You need to carry. He refuses to, which is why I'm always out when he's out. So because he since he wants to act like a chaplain, I have to be chaplain security. So he carries his cane though. And he's showing me these moves that someone taught him, that if something goes down, how he can defend himself. And every time I see these whack ass moves, I have to buy more ammunition or get more guns. I mean, that's how horrible his self-defense tactics are. So that is an aspect of our relationship where I have to cover both of us, since all he's got is his cane, and he's got, what's one of his moves? So one of his moves is, if somebody comes up to him, he like goes like this with one arm, and with the other, and with the cane, he like in their chest, and that's his move. So I think the arm gets your attention, like, hey, look at my arm, and then he goes with the cane, and you supposed to die, I guess, because someone poked you in the chest with a cane. So that's why I carry, because those are his self-defense tactics. And he decides to get in the way, get in between the police and angry crowds. So eventually it gets to a point, you had a couple agitators that, let's just say agitators were louder and they really get people angry, and it just got too out of hand. Finally, we're able together to see that, hey, things are pretty crazy here. So we finally leave. So we go back to his house, which actually it's maybe a block and a half away, opposite side of the street, but maybe a block and a half away at the most. So we walk back to his house, and maybe 2 blocks, but so we walk back to his house, and I'm like, man, what do you got to drink? So he gives me 2 options. Option 1 was a rosé Angry Orchard cider. Option 2 was a hurricane. If you don't know what a hurricane is, that means that both your family and Jesus loves you. Keep it that way. Don't go find out what it is. So given those 2 choices, I went ahead and took my cider rosé. So that's what I had after that first crazy night that we started. That's how we topped off the night. So just to give you an idea, and you saw earlier his screwball whiskey, so that's his way. But I bring that up to say, like, even when we're overseas, you have some pretty crazy nights and crazy days. You still have to remember that, you're a human being. There's different types of stress. Good stress, bad stress, levity. Don't abandon levity. This isn't the happiest time in Kenosha right now, but and you might be to some degree like me. You might be in, call it fight mode. I'm doing this show not every day now. I know I've skipped some days, but I'm doing the show, and doing a lot of engagement outside of the show, working with people, making all these plans, doing all this coordination. But even with all that going, make sure you take the time, for yourself, for your family, for your friends. You got to find that balance even in the middle of the fight. Because I'll tell you, I don't know what you want to call this thing that we're going through, whatever it is. But I would say that this is definitely an endurance sport. That's what I'd say. This is an endurance sport. It's not going to be settled anytime soon. We're not going to even come up with a solution anytime soon. So think about that. You have to generate a solution, or collect all the information, put it all together, aggregate it, and then let's say you come up with a solution. You've analyzed everything. You have your analysis. You still have to figure out how to deploy that. When we're building models in data science, we talk about these 6 categories. We talk about governance first. Basically, what are the rules by who's in charge? What are our constraints? Next, we talk about, okay, now you have that figured out, what the business case is. You now want to generate the data, the information. What do you want to track here in Kenosha? So think about that. Now, more people than not are saying we should have had body cams. There was a smaller contingent before, but now it's a louder, longer voice. That's generating data, body cams. There's now even talk about poll tracking data, ethnicity for police interactions. These are all forms of generating data. After that, you have to collect it and standardize it. So think about all these dispersed body cams. You got to put it somewhere. Download the body cams, download that information, and standardize it, meaning put some order to it. Might be as simple as just dating them, or putting a date and which police officer, which shift, maybe adding some what we call meta tagging. What events happen. So maybe you meta tag a police officer's body cam by the actual cases that came from that shift. So someone could just search a case, automatically pulls up the body cam. That's what we call meta tagging. This is classification. This is standardization of the video, because, you don't want to just have a room full of video and someone's like, hey, I need some video from this day. It's like, okay, good luck. Go in there. Spend the next 15 years looking for it. You then maybe want to start taking the videos and putting them in the group. So meta tagging, you gave specific attributes of each video on its own. Aggregation is, okay, these are the night shift videos. You could query your video database. These are the night shift videos. These are the traffic stop videos. I want to see if traffic stops last the same amount of time on average. Do they look the same? So I just want to see traffic stop videos. I just want to see daytime traffic stop videos. I want to know if there's a difference between daytime and nighttime traffic stop videos. These are different. We call these windows. These are aggregations. And actually, a more direct way of aggregation is how I asked about what's the average time of a traffic stop. So you're taking all the different traffic stops. Some will be shorter, some will be longer. What is the average? What do 50% of them stay under? And then, what is the variation? Domestic calls. What is the average? What is the variation? Those are aggregations. Next is called analysis. I want to start analyzing the videos. That's a little bit higher level now, where you're actually tearing through and looking for patterns. This is where you start getting the algorithms and data science. We're actually doing pretty good being able to pick out the cat in videos in the data science community. Image processing is making leaps and bounds. Here's a little thing that people don't know. With all this T1000 Skynet talk, all this stuff you're hearing, all this stuff you're hearing, let's let the world see this horridness. Here's one thing that we don't have quite yet. We don't have this computer vision. We don't have this computer vision. And the computer vision that we don't have is three-dimensional. The computers can identify things. So like how we hold up that picture, they can see, they can identify grapes, boxes, stuff like that. But what the computer vision is not that great at right now is volume and depth, spatial, of a flat picture. So that's the next level where, the next, put it this way, if a stock comes out with that technology, buy it. You can take yourself off mute, sir.
Are we talking at a personal consumer application? Because I was making cell phones for Motorola in Libertyville in 1995, maybe 96. No, wait, when was I in the Army? I was in the Army 87 to 91. Oh my God. Yeah, about 1994, 1995. And they were doing some amazing things with imaging way back then, being able to spot defects and bring it in, look at the handset, picture it, image it, and move that out. So I can't. Are you talking about at a commercial application or a consumer application? Because I think they're pretty well.
I'm talking about completely in absolute. I'm talking in complete absolute. The one thing, what we don't have right now is computer imaging for depth and volume. Can't do that. Not yet.
But isn't that just
we don't have it yet? Don't have the math.
Okay.
Are you thinking you're about to ask me some questions to get a Nobel Peace Prize, bro?
No, I'm thinking, isn't that just the reverse engineering of 3D printing? If 3D printing can build it, why can't something? Okay, fuck it. It's no.
No.
Hey, Chris. Hey, by the way, how do you go back and forth from the chat back over? Because I can hit the chat, I can hit comments. Oh, I got it. X, big X. Chris is gone. Here's the one thing we could use in this. We could use in this town. How about, okay, you sent me the National Guard. That's fine. Why don't you send me an army of grant writers? Why don't you send me one grant writer per district? I need 17 grant writers to show up. You know what? Screw that. Send me 3 grant writers, the 3 affected burn districts.
Per district?
I don't know. I got this lady who's talking to me. She saw me on the television and she's helping me out. She's dropping some stuff. I really should copy you in on it, Ray. I guess I will copy you in on it right now. But she's dropping me some stuff, and I just told her, I said, I'm pretty raw right now. I know we have to think about tomorrow, but I can't think about tomorrow right now. But we should think about tomorrow, and that's why I was going to segue into a conversation with Chris Nauman. Before they went.
He said, "What's up?"
Okay, because I came out of the chat box. Hold on, it's not split screening for me. First, let's talk about the grant writers. We're going to have the city will get to a point where they'll pay some. Oh, I'm sorry, Ray. Hold on. The city will get to the point where they'll be paying some money out to the community, right? We've seen this play all over the place, right? And one of the things I've been saying is, do you have an umbrella or do you have a bucket, right? So those cats who got an umbrella, they're going to protect themselves from whatever is going to come down here in a positive manner. Those brothers who got a bucket, they're going to be able to, a bucket holds things, an umbrella shields you from it. So the government process will be a little bit longer, but if we could get some grant writers here, and then we're not knocking at City Hall's door for their redevelopment, for the redevelopment. I mean, permits and all that stuff. But, you know, walking with Ray yesterday, looking at the Danish Brotherhood, I have to have hope. I always have to have hope. I always have to say that whatever we're doing, whatever bad it is, it's going to get better, because hope is still left in Pandora's box, right? And maybe I'm Pollyanna, but I remember some really tough times in my life where I didn't think that things were going to get better, and I'm living a really good life. So that's part of this activation that I have, or this passion you're hearing from me, because you came in F with one of the best things I've ever had in my life. And so, yeah, you pissed me off about it, but I'm grant writers. Can we get some grant writers to come to the city? Can you give me an army of grant writers? Let's talk about writing some grants for youth employment. Let's talk about writing some grants for youth organizational skills, right? Let's teach these kids, hey, this is your world. Let's activate them. And I want to use a better positive connotation word. Activate has a programming aspect to it, but this is your world. Let's get you involved at 16 or 17. I know most teenagers don't have a lot of critical skills at 16 or 17, but I am being impressed as hell on how there are these young people. So let's get them set up. Let's get them trained early so that they don't have to spend $20,000 in college, right? To start being productive in our communities. Send me some grant writers. What's your thoughts, Tanya? Oh, she gone already?
She's gone. So I'll give you some thoughts. I like to start with, you got to get the income first. I like that. But I think that before you start spending the money, maybe get some people who specialize in telling you what to do with the money once you get it. So go ahead and get your professional grant writers, but then get some planners.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I'm looking at. Even if you do all this stuff for these kids, if this city still looks the way it looks, guess what they're going to do once they graduate?
Take all that somewhere else.
Exactly. So while it's tempting to jump right into the mix and start working with the kiddies, I would say you start building a place these kids want to actually live at once they become adults. Because if you look at it, a lot of the people who make money, who move into this area, they don't move here for the area. They move here for a job. Right now, employers are paying a premium. There's a lot of employers in certain industries of professionals. They're paying a premium for people to come here. Their kids, if they don't get those same kind of jobs, they're not going to stay here. What is let's check out this link here. What is
well, and I just gave you an example about the youth employment thing. I mean, the nice thing about the grant money is it doesn't need to jump through government hurdles, right? So I would say the most affected area without the draw of the lake and stuff, the uptown neighborhood, right? So what is the uptown neighborhood now without those two structures? The one that burned on the east side of the street before the rioters and looters, and the one that burned on the Danish Brotherhood. What does that look like? And does it have to stay what it looks like now? Could you get me some economic development grant writers? Here's what I would say. I would say it's time to build a new bid, a competing bid, business improvement district. Because I think pre-Uptown is going to look a lot different than, or pre-riot Uptown is going to look a lot different than pre-riot or post-riot downtown. Uptown, excuse me. I'm here. This natural light will kick your butt. This is heavy stuff, man. But seriously, what does this town look like going forward? And when do we start thinking about it, right? Immediately after a shooting, it's too early to talk gun control. Okay. So Chris, can you expound on that? I don't know how to share it. I don't think I have the ability to share on my side.
If you shop for Adidas, you should use
Let's see what his thing's saying here.
A new jobs program in the city of Green Bay is making national headlines. New at 4, Mackenzie Amundsen tells us about the Green Bay Conservation Corps hoping to provide jobs while improving the community.
This boardwalk at the Bay Beach Wildlife Sanctuary is chained off with a sign that reads closed for the season.
A lot of those boardwalks were built, 10, 20 years ago, and much of the lumber is starting to rot out.
Replacing the deck boards is at the top of the list for a new jobs program in the city of Green Bay.
This is something that we proposed to our redevelopment authority and then to our common council to use $136,000 that's been allocated to us through our community development block grant funding that we received from the federal government.
Additional funds because of the coronavirus pandemic, used in part to give employment to an estimated 10 to 20 people who are out of work.
Young people who have been displaced, who are looking for meaningful employment, we'll be able to put them to work on some projects within our parks that would have direct benefits to our neighborhoods and community members.
With the addition of this program, we're able to accomplish projects that we wouldn't have been able to accomplish before with the staffing levels that we currently have.
And it's not just parks projects in the jobs program. Workers might contribute extra labor to other city departments like public works or the fire stations. Mayor Genrich hopes the program might encourage extra funding from the federal level to make it more long-term in Green Bay and possible in other communities.
The idea is to get the money out as quickly as possible, get it into the hands of folks who really need that income at this time.
City leaders plan to meet with park staff within the next week to finalize details of the job program, hoping to make job postings available to the public in the near future. In Green Bay, Mackenzie Amundsen, Action 2 News.
Chris,
Okay.
was that CARES Act money, Chris? Was that money from the 2020 CARES Act? Coming through from HUD? Okay. Screw you, Chris. Don't talk to me. Ray, can you ask Chris? So it's money affiliated with block grant. So yeah, So we did our dispersal, or we actually put our program together pretty darn quickly for the CARES Act, the money that came out of the CARES Act. And we were looking at, but we didn't get the distribution for a while. I'm on the chair, Chris, as you know, of I call it the Uncle Sugar Committee. And we one of the questions that have been asked is, how to leverage those dollars more. Well, that's a good point.
Hold on. I could see this covering younger kids, underemployed.
That was just an example. Don't stick on that. That was just a throw out example. I just had a
Right.
kid.
I'm not
tell
trying to
me
stick on. I'm trying to move forward here. So what I'm trying to move forward to is for with the grant writing, honestly, what you'd also want is kind of like not just business, but business that create job or wealth incubator, some kind of wealth incubator of like, okay, we are going to create jobs here that keep people here. And kind of, smart cities has kind of not been taken very seriously in this area. I think that should be taken a lot more seriously.
yeah, the Chinese wanted to take it serious. The Chinese wanted to buy the Chrysler site, the Bonnie Hames site, and anything would give them downtown, and they would implement a smart cities strategy. That was really interesting on that.
You're using past tense. So what happened?
They didn't win the bid. But I think they were trying to compete with. They were trying to be the next Foxconn, or they wanted to have an alternative Foxconn. You know, that theory that you put a McDonald's up where there's a Wendy's, or vice versa. But then I think they started looking at the numbers for Foxconn and saw that Wisconsin got bamboozled, and I don't think the Chinese were as interested in our development.
The only people who really made out on that Foxconn deal were the construction workers.
You don't think some of the homeowners got paid above market value? Some got paid above market value. Not many, but some did.
So net, they didn't.
Good point. Good point.
And you got to look at it like this. You're elected, as an elected official, if a whole bunch of people sell their houses for more than what they're worth to your new constituents, is that a win for you? Just say hypothetically, you have a whole bunch of constituents underwater on their houses.
But the house is now valued at that higher part. So my mill rate, while it might stay the same, the other part of the equation goes up, so I get more money.
Right. You get more money. And what are they going to do to you? You think they complain about potholes now? They're going to want you out there filing down bumps in the road with a nail file. So it kind of goes into a little, the previous guy got off well, but the next guy, he's like kind of pissed. And
well,
then
Ray, hold on. If you were the first person to buy down at Harbor View, Harbor Market, what do we call those things? They were going for 6 at that first market back in like 2006, 2005.
I remember the corner ones were like $2 million.
And then in 2009, you could pick up a unit for 150, 160. And so if you were the first owner in there, you got screwed. But if you were the second or third owner, you were living nice. You see how
that's the opposite. That's the opposite of what we're talking about. What I'm talking about is people bought at the high end. So
right, the first set bought at the high end. The original owners bought at the high end. And I don't think we've ever seen that recovery back again on that property. I think you still can get nice ones for about 3, but you never. Your first set bought high.
I know how to say this. So your example, the first owners bought high. They were A owner. B owner bought low.
Mm-hmm.
What's happening here with Foxconn? A owner got to sell high. You currently have B owner who bought high. There's going to be a C owner that might capitalize if these people lose their homes because they're over leveraged. But yeah, to Chris's point, real estate brokers, the local small time real estate investors, this is things running out of gas. You still have a shortage for housing, but a lot of people just bought in a frenzy because Foxconn's about to change the whole area. I'm still amazed at all these car washes that went up.
car washes, I think, are a indication of a downgrade in a town. I don't know. I don't see those as value added right now.
I am wondering if car washes have a correlation that has an inflection point depending on the size of it. I'm wondering if we're at 100,000, to your point, it's probably not a value add. Maybe. This is our hypothesis. We don't know. But maybe as a city gets bigger, they are value adds. I don't know. Because it's really a what's the term I'm looking for? It's really it's not leisure, but it's really a disposable income choice, you know? Yes, I know even poorer neighborhoods do it, but it's not a necessity. So to have this many of them, and it's an indication of people with extra money, and they are willing to leverage it in that way. So I don't think that the people who built these things was building it with the expectation of the local population. So I think it further confirms your point. Here's what I think what was happening. I think they're expecting expansive building out into some of the empty areas right now in Kenosha and Racine County. And I think that because of this expectation of all these new homes being built, I think I remember, didn't they say at one point they're expecting like thousands of new homes to be built in the area? Two of you on here. Are you just doing that for the feedback?
No, I had something I wanted to post from here, and I couldn't figure out how to get it over there. I'm not going to F with you on purpose, dude. Come on.
So
I wanted to give you the new Twitter account for the city of Kenosha.
Oh, City of Kenosha has a Twitter account.
Yep.
Well, just put it on Facebook. It will show here.
Yeah, I did put it on my Facebook.
Put it in the chat thread for here, Facebook or YouTube, either one. But, oh, yeah. So what I'm thinking is, to your point, you put the car washes on the, let's call it the transitioning part of town.
Right.
You don't put them on the nice part of town. Oh, I got it. So how long has this been live?
Yesterday, I think. Let me check my email. This is what my day is. It's going through 100 emails, and because they all stack up. Monday, August 31st at 9:15. So it's been live for 15 hours or 14 hours. And I know people are, when you're done with the car wash thing, I can talk about social media in the city if you want to go there.
So yeah, give me a sec here. So I got it up, but yeah, we can segue to that next. But yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. Those people built those car washes thinking people with more money would drive to that part of town, get their cars washed, and then go back to wherever they came from. Because we got a lot of them built. And when I say we, I mean both Kenosha and Racine. I don't see
they popped up. They popped up quick.
What is that, Rocket Car Wash? I think at least 4 of them went up. So population of Racine is about 197,000 people. You saw us here in I'm sorry, Racine County. Racine County is 197,000. Kenosha County is like it's either 127 or 147. My point is the two of them combined. What'd you say?
Go ahead.
Both counties combined are under 400,000 people. That's the main point I'm trying to make here. So
yep.
I don't see these businesses being sustained. I just don't see it. I got the city of Kenosha up if you wanted to talk about that.
Just to finish up on what you're saying, what does the city of Kenosha look like at 125,000 people? Because we met the 100,000 threshold, or we're right there? I think we're like 99,280 was the last thing I looked
Yeah, we're
at.
right under it. We're right under it. We'll do.
So there's this town that's going to look like something at 125,000, and there's this town that's going to look at 150,000. What does that mean in reference to transit lines, application or deployment of assets, and those kinds of things? And I don't think we're having that kind of discussion. I think that Kenosha gets to 125,000, and maybe the next census. This census will probably come in at about 115. Probably come in about 108, 108,000.
You think so? So our last 10 years, the last 10 years of growth, Kenosha did 0.7% growth.
So 0.7% is 7,000? No, 700.
From 2010 to 2019, because we don't have the officials yet, 0.7% growth. So this census will get the full official, but so put it this way.
So 0.7 of 100,000 is 700, right?
Yeah, because 7% would be 7,000. So you have a lot of people moving out and moving in, but
I know the apartment boom that we've done. I'm going to stick to my number. I'm going to say 108. Well, no, that makes no sense, does it? Because that means it has to be.
You'd have a crazy jump. I'll happily take that bet.
Okay, I'm going to go to Kenosha, pop 101,000. Well, no, because 99,280, put 700 in there. That's 99,980. I'll stick with 101. You in? If I'm right, you have to drink one of these.
Nope, not taking that bet. Ain't worth that.
I don't know why you don't like this, man. It's got everything. It's got beer. It's got lemonade. It's got bubbly. It's like body wash and shampoo all in one. It's great.
That sounds horrid.
Well, because you're a metrosexual, you probably have separate hand soap for each hand. But that's not a bad thing, being a metrosexual.
You put a lot of work into that, didn't you?
No, it just came to me, actually. I didn't create that word.
All right, it was just so
okay.
horrible. I thought you worked on it.
You a hater, yo. So we got the new Twitter site up and going for the city of Kenosha. And people are going to say, "Oh, it's about time. It's about time." But
is anyone going to use it because of the rules and regulations? Is anyone actually going to use it?
Well, the rules and regulations was harder for Facebook than it was for Twitter and YouTube. Facebook is a really interesting entity in the fact that anything you post on Facebook belongs to Facebook. You shouldn't put any original artwork on Facebook. One of the things that the Brandy from the library was saying was whenever they have a exhibit or something, they're always dropping an image of an image. And this is where it gets weird. An image can belong to Facebook, but the image of an image is not Facebook. And so the two big problems with social media is like, why can't the city get this right? Can't the city right? Because we have one of the smartest lawyers in the state of Wisconsin when it comes to social media and legal application. He wrote one article, but it was the definitive article. It's Ed Andaramian, and it was the definitive article on municipal government and social media. And the open records law and the open meeting law, those are huge beasts. And they really get entangled in a lot of different things. All right, so what am I talking about? If you were to use Facebook for municipal purposes, then it becomes a record. Anything that's said or recorded on municipal equipment is a record. And it has to be, as part of the open record law, it has to be searchable and retrievable. And the, what's the word when you keep something? For lack of a better word, we'll say safeguard. We'll say safeguard.
Okay.
Warehoused, and it got to be warehoused forever, right? Because it's a record, and a record has to be kept. So, what does all that mean? Municipalities that use Facebook and monitor it and take things off, they can't do that. If I wrote on the City of Kenosha's Facebook page, defund the police, F the police, they can't take that down. It's a record. You can't destroy a record. So think about the interaction between your constituents and Facebook every day, what the storage capacity would have to be after a while to maintain that. But now you're going to ask me, but other places have Facebook pages. Yeah. Every single municipal entity that has a Facebook page is technically illegal. It technically violates the open meetings and the open records. Suppose three people of the finance committee decides to comment on something. That's a quorum. That's a violation of open meetings law. We did not tell the public. And that's what's really interesting about Wisconsin politics. The Wisconsin ideal really put a lot of power into the consumer of politics versus the producer. If the voter is the consumer and I'm the producer, the Wisconsin ideal put the onus of production, or not production, that's the wrong word. We had to prove to you that we were doing the job. You didn't have to come and ask us if we were doing the job. And so the open records and open meetings as it progressed was part of that idea. But here's the other thing that you have. I don't know why they did this, but our founding fathers made it a lot easier to take out elected officials. Like, for example, if you had someone, a county-wide 4-year office that was supposed to run detention facilities, and once their election is up, once their year is up, voters can have a no confidence attempt at the elected official. There's not a lot of states that have that recall function in there, you know. And I guess the idea was, if you don't keep your citizenry happy, or you don't adhere to what you're going to say, or you don't follow code of conduct, or you violate your oath, or any of these things, then instead of having to suffer through the rest of your term, the state founder said you can recall the guy. So it's just interesting. I think I'm kind of a geek, but getting back to the social media thing, just because you say, oh, so I told you there's a lot of municipalities that have social media. They're all illegal. And they think they get it through a disclaimer saying this is not a record. But just because you say this is not a record doesn't mean it's not a record.
Well, has someone been taken to task for this?
No.
So I think de facto they're right. You know, I think Stossel wrote a book where he said that the average American commits 3 felonies a day, but they're not getting taken down for these felonies, then they're not felonies de facto.
But just because no one else is doing it doesn't mean we shouldn't do it, or mean we should do it. We are the government of record. I sometimes hear law enforcement complain that they're hampered by the rules while criminals aren't. And I find that just to be a little scary. Now, I'm willing to chalk it up to people's frustration, but...
And ignorance. Frustration and ignorance.
Why ignorance?
Because I need to tell myself that a police officer who says that is not thinking about the fact that there's between him and a criminal is one is getting paid by tax dollars. I have to tell myself it's just sheer frustration, but he's not he's not acknowledging that that's a stupid thing to say. Want to use on the clock. That'd be like a waitress or a waiter. Like, man, I wish the customers would just come on time. Wish they'd be punctual about the amount of time they spend at the tables. They're not paid to be there. You are. So hoping that it's ignorance for not realizing that, you know, this isn't the cartoons where, you know, was that Spy versus Spy, where the two, where they both clock in and they try to kill each other all day, then they try to clock out. That's not how cops and robbers works.
Okay. I can concede that point. I think, but we should never engage anything that's knowingly non-compliant with the laws. I think it's a bad example to show. And so those entities that just say this is not a record, they're not in compliance by making that statement. I can tell you this is not an inhaler, but it is. Just because I say it's not an inhaler doesn't mean it isn't. So that's how come we haven't been in social media. But I don't know if that was relevant or not. But it is kind of relevant because the person who wrote the resolution for the city to be in social media was Kevin Mathewson, and I'm not making that up because I co-sponsored it with him.
Well, I guess here's what I'm looking at.
So that brings it back to Kevin Mathewson, what you were talking about earlier.
When it's more advantageous to break a law than it is to follow the law is broken, not the people.
Oh yeah, I'll give you that.
So, as you've stated, quite a few areas are breaking the law. They're doing it because it's advantageous. I'll also say this. I'll speak for Twitter and Facebook. You can actually hire someone who knows what the hell they're doing. They can get a developer account, and everything can be persisted in your own database. So even if it's taken off by Facebook later, you'll still have it. That's just a matter of getting a developer account.
Yeah, I don't know anything about developer accounts, but
here's my shocked face.
But that's the kind of thing where if you don't know what's going on, your existence is simple. If I shoot somebody, I go to jail. Why does a cop go to jail? Because you're not a cop. You don't have special police powers. You don't have entrusted as a sworn officer the ability to. It's a false equivalency, but it's a great thing to say out in the street, right? So why does the city have Facebook? Everyone has Facebook. My daughter has Facebook. Well, yeah, but your daughter's not a government entity, and your daughter's doesn't have to adhere to certain rules and regulations.
But it's kind of a weak, in my opinion, it's kind of a cop-out to say the reason why you're not engaging people through social media is because you have to keep a record. It's kind of a cop-out.
But not only do I have to keep a record, but I can't erase a record. So if you put on to my social media page something blatantly false, I can't take it down. And as long as it doesn't offend common community standards, I don't think common is even one of the, I think just accepted community standards. As long as it doesn't violate accepted community standards, it can stay up there. So I can't say Anthony Kennedy's an MF and have that all put out. But I could say Anthony Kennedy is a bicycle thief.
But hold on now. Trump has
slander.
He has an official account and a personal account. What are you saying?
I'm saying Trump is violating the open records and open meeting law.
I don't know, man. I think you're reaching here.
Okay, I'm going to do something right.
I think if,
I'm going to do something
I
on
think
I'm going to do research.
I think if you have no precedence of someone being taken to task for it, because I do know some of Trump's tweets have been taken down. We know that. Now, I think they've adjusted more recently to where they don't take them down, but they put all these disclaimers on them and everything. But no, some of his COVID stuff they took down.
But you're thinking Facebook as a public utility. You're thinking social media is a public utility, like water, like electricity. It has become so ubiquitous, like a public utility, but it's not. It's still a private platform. And
I don't think I'm sharing any of my thoughts. I think I'm stating what's happened. He's had messages taken down. That's a fact.
But that was taken down not because he's in compliance with a government law. He's been taken down because he's not in compliance with Facebook's rules of engage. What the hell's it called? User agreement.
Right. But he's got a public account, is my point, on there, and things have been removed. And Nancy Pelosi has not tried to impeach him over it.
It would be kind of cool because, they never got Al Capone on murder.
Lame. They'd be pretty lame, actually.
How many listeners do we have?
I really can't tell when I look at this thing, to be honest with you, because it pulls from all three different places. So like when I look on Facebook, let's see here. There we go. It says 5 and 8 on another side. But yeah.
We got to do the old radio thing. The fifth caller that comes in, I'll put this grape up my nose. Fifth caller?
I think you just gave a short explanation of why you don't have a career in radio.
I got the face for radio, yo.
So I did want to talk about economics, though. So your district, you got a lot of big buildings, the old box stores.
Yes.
So why can't you do a bid? Why can't you do a bid up there? Why can't you do a block? Well, bid, you have to have existing businesses, correct? But why can't you do something to make that funneling monies into that area to encourage business investment and getting things built up? Maybe
actually, when I told you that our mayor can make numbers dance until they're tired and they fall down where he wants them, we do have a business. It's an enterprise zone. We did designate an enterprise zone, but it hasn't generated much interest. I don't know if it's not promoted well or what. Plus, we put some money in for a CABA initiative where they were peddling retail, basically taking a assessment of the total retail space in Kenosha, including the county, or Kenosha County, including the city, however you want to look at it, and then going around and shopping that. But I think you're just trying to sell the very last buggy whip because everyone's driving cars. And it's probably the best buggy whip ever. Where am I taking that from, Ray?
I don't know.
What movie?
I don't know.
Okay. Doesn't. Anyway.
So let me ask this: the big buildings. What are the options? What are the possibilities? Could residential go there? Could a new commercial? What are the options?
I'm going to tell you the dirty little secret about zoning, and don't tell anyone this, okay?
Yeah, just
zoning,
me and you.
Just you and you. Zoning only applies when you don't want to build something.
Okay.
I'm a little cynical on that, but if you don't want to build it, it's zoning. If you want it built, it's adaptive use, and then we changed the zoning.
So what's the for residential? What's the saturation tolerance? I know for a while you guys were trying to lower the density. Where are you at now?
Um,
I'm just trying to figure
in-
out. So we don't never let a crisis go, unused, or the saying, never waste a good crisis. So we've had these horrible things happen. A lot of them are happening in your district. How can this be leveraged?
the leveraging is that email I sent you, the lady talked about what's the phrase that she uses? Hold on. She uses a very specific phrase. It's not a racial census, but for the still private ownership, Chris. None of that is owned by the city yet. Answering Chris's question. Like I said, this is a woman who saw me on television and reached out to me, and she is pushing that we need a racial equity health study. Basically taking the pulse of she actually got activated because she didn't like the press conference with she didn't like the press conference, and that's how she wrote me, and then we talked over the phone.
Press conference. You guys have done a lot of crazy press conferences.
What did she say? Which one? So this one would be around August 26th. It says, the person at the podium seems to have the deepest level of sympathy for those who've been injured. Seems to be the National Guard officer. Law enforcement leadership is exhausted and shocked. The sheriff absolutely should know Cal Rittenhouse's name. You must work on communication talking points to illustrate sympathy, empathy, and lack of offensiveness, and no defense of white 3% militias. And that's in bold. So, people are watching, people are paying attention from all around for whatever peripheral connection they have to Kenosha. But then after our conversation, she says, I'm a city planner with 30 years of public and private experience. And then she goes into the whole racial equity survey posture. And one of the things we don't have is we don't have a grocery store, right? So can we, if someone is looking to do something, can we bring a grocery store back in the area? Can we start building community over a grocery store so that you don't have to travel to Summers to buy your food, buy your groceries? I still have a problem with the Walmart in Summers. If there's people want to come in or there's money to come in, I'd like to finish the Wilson Neighborhood Project. Wilson Neighborhood Project has taken all those duplexes down and replaced them with single family homes, but they can't be $300,000 homes. They have to be homes that are available for those constituents who've put up with so much for so long or want to stay in that neighborhood. We don't want to price people out. But
you guys don't own those.
We own all the empty lots. Every empty lot you see, we own. We don't.
Is there any units still left up?
Oh yeah. There's still 4 units. So that's what I'm saying. I would say money to finish the Wilson Neighborhood Project. Even though the city has repeatedly got projects from SR, Bear Realty, but for whatever reason, he doesn't get approved.
So talk to me here. So The empty lots. What are you guys wanting? Single families on there?
Yeah, that talks to the reduction of the density over there. That's the plan. That's the plan on.
What are you wanting?
Finish
Are you wanting someone else to do it, or are you guys wanting to do it?
The plan was always to build a land mass and then a developer come in and do it. I don't think the city should be a landlord. I think it would be a lousy landlord. So I would say money to finish it would be to buy up all the rest of the fourplexes. And then when all that is nice and neatly packaged, go out and sell it to a developer.
All right, so
And
why don't you just buy the rest of the 4 units and then sell it to the developer? So you'll probably eat some cost on the front side. You're probably going to pay more for the 4 units than you should, but at least they're gone and they're done. And you're probably going to give it to a developer for less than what you paid. But long term, you're going to get what you're looking for.
Yeah, long term we'll get what we're looking for. Why don't we do that? Because before Sunday, there was no way the city was going to make a. Let me see how many units are up. About 11 at
11 of those
160.
4 units are left.
Give or take, at about anywhere between 150 to 200,000. So we'll pick it in the middle, say 175 times 11, 1,000,001, right? Plus 70.
You said there's 11 of them?
Yeah.
So 2 million.
Okay. There was no way before Sunday we were going to get $2 million in there. Because we tried. And it just didn't fit with, we couldn't get it past the redevelopment authority. We couldn't get it past the mayor. But today, doesn't $2 million look like a bargain if you can stop all the stuff that you have going on in your city? And that's the problem with short-term thinking. You know, you're always going to deal with just today. You're going to do it today. But then today, a succession of todays become tomorrow, and now you're behind the curve. You're behind the ball on it because you thought you had time. And I think that's a apt metaphor for our response to the George Floyd protesters. We didn't learn the lesson. So I would ask this question, speaking of protesters, if we just take the shorthand and right-wing agitators want to benefit their president, what does left-wing agitators get? What is their agenda? I have a theory. I'm asking our 5 audience. And don't tell me destruction. I don't think
Well,
just
that's not going to be them
destruction.
answering for themselves. It's going to be some right-winger that happens to be hanging out here.
Don't talk about Christopher Nauman. He might still be here.
So, okay. Then we'll see if someone says something.
They hate our freedom.
I'd say a difference that I see between the hard left and the hard right.
Yep.
Hard left does talk more about wanting things for others. Hard right talks more about wanting things for themselves. I'm not going to call it selfishness. I'm just saying the voicing.
I think you're absolutely right.
I think hard right, if you just pay attention to the words, it's I. Hard left is we. Now, what does that mean? The left is often speaking for people that they did not get permission to speak for.
I think they, just on purpose, there might be some nobility in the hard left, but I didn't ask for you to come and save me.
So I call it false nobility. It's a patronizing.
You know, once we beat you up, you're going to heal so beautifully. You're going to be so beautiful.
I'm
But
not going to
first, I
say
got
they're
to.
beating you up. I'm saying, oh, you care so much about me, you're just going to make the decisions for me. How about you care enough about me to let me talk for myself? How about that?
There you go. There you go. I think the hard left does this because they think they're sparking a conversation. They're helping us out. And I think that conversation didn't get sparked in June. So it's like, okay, you don't learn the lesson then. We'll try it again.
You know, guy William Easterly, he wrote a book, Tyranny of Experts, and he talked about the fact that very often the left and the right come to the same decision for different reasons. The left comes to the same decision through this belief that they're being benevolent and they're taking care of people, patronizing. Again, they don't invite the actual people to the table. The right does things for security. They want to control, centralize, fiscal. Even when you talk about fiscal conservancy, that's really another form of security. So very often they will come to the same decision, but for different reasons. And who pays the price? The marginalized, the poor. They pay the price. Because what it comes down to is a different set of rules for them than ourselves. And again, this is not always a right thing. I'll give you an example of the left doing this, where the left will decide, you know what? I actually remember someone telling me this story. A room full of academics sitting in a room doing planning for a portion of the city's kids, K through 12, planning for their future. And there was a pretty wide consensus at this table saying that, college is not for everyone. And they're all agreeing. College is not for everyone. College is not for everyone. Now, before I continue the story, I totally agree with that. But I'm talking about intent.
Mm-hmm.
So all these people all agree, you know what? Yeah, college is not for everyone. Let's work on vocation, everything. And one person at the table asked the question, who here sitting at this table, their children has the option of going to college? And everyone just started choking up because none of their children had the option. And what this person was pointing out at this table is, you can sit there and say that, but you don't believe it. None of your children have the option to not go to college, as far as you can. So why are you building policy for others that you don't support? Andy Berg said he's heard this story. I'm talking like a grandpa. Why don't you get in here and talk, Andy? Now again, listen to my point. It's not about that being right or wrong. It would be like me saying, you know what? It's totally okay if you never learn math or get educated. But then I go to my family and say, listen, there is no option. You learn math to get ahead in this world or you're not going to go anywhere. That shows something about my heart. And that's my point. If I have different rules, different guidance, different conversation with others that I do my own, that's a negative false indicator. And I say you see this on the left as much as the right, where the left will say, hey, you know what? It's good enough for your kids if they go there, but they wouldn't let their kids go somewhere or do something. It's okay. It's okay if an inner city school teaches Ebonics to my kids, but their kids, no, we want you to go into Princeton, Harvard, Yale, Ohio State. And, they're not getting in there learning Ebonics. Another story similar to it. New Jersey have a friend, acquaintance, where her daughter, they came to this country. She's a Spanish speaker. And so her daughter's about 11 or 12. And the school system's like, well, you know what? Since she speaks Spanish, It would be much better if we just let her continue school in Spanish. Now, her mother came here to the country to be a doctor. She already has her doctorate, as a medical doctor. She has to take some classes. So her idea is, no, I'm having a hard enough time learning English while I'm trying to do my test to become a legal doctor. I don't want my daughter to be going through this at my age. She's 11, 12 years old right now. Put her through it now. Put her in the English class. The school fought the mother on this because they wanted to do the nice, comfortable thing for the little girl. But I'm going to tell you right now, how far can someone go in America not knowing English? That wasn't doing that little girl a favor long term.
Hey, at the risk of interrupting, are we tracking any Wendy Wrightenhouse stuff?
Is that the mother?
Yeah.
No. Why? Did something come up?
August 31st, 10:56 a.m. Wendy Rittenhouse, the mother of the 72-year-old murderer, Kyle Rittenhouse, at the same protest. She's armed with an automatic weapon. Arrest her for aiding and abetting in the two murders of the two peaceful protesters. She looks like a Kenosha woman, if you know what I mean.
Her name's coming up. Are you saying she was arrested?
No, I just they said I get this mass email, or you actually sign your name and hit a button and it sends it out.
Oh,
So
well, I'm not going to get involved with that. I have not heard confirmation that she drove the boy back.
well, and this doesn't say she armed with an automatic weapon.
Don't get me wrong. I want that to be the case as much as anybody, but we have not heard that be the case. I think right now we saw the defense attorney. The defense attorney is claiming that basically drove into town and someone gave a 17-year-old kid a weapon. Okay. Now, do I believe it? No. But having said that, it was pretty funny today on Facebook. Now that you bring it up, it was pretty hilarious on Facebook. People were like, they saw the write-up of the defense attorney and they're like, facts. I'm like, oh, is this how this works now? Whatever a defense attorney says, it's a fact. I mean, some people could not hide their blatant, I just want the facts, but I just read what the defense attorney said. There's no way this kid is going to catch any charges. I'm like, could you imagine if that's how the world works? Defense attorney simply said something, and then that's how it is. I'll tell you this. I don't spend much time on people now who pretend to be objective, but you can definitely tell that when something's said they don't like. So if something is said they don't like, it's like, man, I need to see all the facts. But if something is said they do like, it's like, you know what? I'm gonna go with that. Yes, everyone sees your pink urine. I don't know why you keep showing it with such pride. Sent you a link, Annie. Jumping on the conversation. So we'll have an alderman and county supervisor advisor. So I guess my big issue I'm seeing is, so you talked about the 4 units, you talked about the open land you have. I'm still trying to get my head around what can be done with those huge buildings that you say they're still in private possession, correct?
Yeah, we don't own any of those. Yeah.
And I guess
the Walmart building.
sitting on them.
Say it again.
They're just sitting on those buildings. What is it? Dark stores, you know.
Well, I can't speak for Kmart, but the reason Walmart stayed closed and wasn't actively marketed because he was getting the rent. The owner was getting the rent. His name was oh shit, what was his name? Daly.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, it's my trick on how to remember it, but he was getting rent for like 3 years after Walmart moved out. So, wow, Andy's stalking someone in the neighborhood.
Now I'm sitting on a swing outside. I just got back from work. I'm enjoying a beverage while enjoying your guys' talk.
You want me to bring you a natural ice?
What's a natural ice? I've never heard of such a thing.
A natural light. That strawberry beer.
Is it? I had this conversation with somebody else. A strawberry beer. Is it actually beer? Is it made of hops?
It says strawberry lemonade and drinking beer. It's a drinking beer. Yes, it's a drinking beer as opposed to some other kind of beer.
I'll pass. I don't want to imagine tomorrow morning.
I just went to go look for my glasses. That's what I just did.
So you had
he's in the middle. It's an Oreo cookie.
So it's saying I have all these new features, but I'm trying to figure out how to actually use them. So
I
yeah.
need to get one of those bougie mics that you got.
Oh, one of my gangster mics? Yeah.
Yeah.
SM7B. Step up your game, homie. I think with them, yeah, you can go get this over at Music Center. They'll square you away. I actually need to get a second one, so when I do mobile, COVID can't be all sharing the mic now.
Yeah. So you had that discussion real quick about Rittenhouse's mother. There wasn't any,
Anthony just mentioned it randomly for no good reason. We don't have no information.
Yeah, there's nothing on CCAP as of right now.
Yeah.
Anything new on a Rittenhouse was Rock County, who had an OWI, but that's probably not family.
That's not him, though, is it?
No, it was some other Rittenhouse.
Yeah.
Hey, how much has it sucked in that family that their idea of fun is, let's grab our guns and go to Kenosha? It's like, maybe you should have went to, I don't know, Captain Porky's on the corner of 41 and Wadsworth Road. Go to Captain Porky's. That sounds like a fun night. Get their garlic smashed potatoes. Do that. But mother and father bond, or mother and daughter. Let's try it again. Mother and son bonding time is, let's go to Kenosha with our guns.
I got
Hey, Ray, if that guy threw that gun on his back, right? Would he be able to kneel down and administer first aid? Or would the gun hit the floor, the barrel hit it before he could kneel down?
Yes, you can.
There you go.
And I take that from having a vest on with plates in it and still being able to swing that over your back. And yeah, you can.
No, my point is this. You got this, right? And it's already close to the ground when you're walking.
Is it?
So now you're going to...
No, it's not. It's across your chest.
Yeah, what is he carrying? A Kentucky long rifle? What's he carrying?
Whatever he actually carried. Can he kneel down and administer first aid with that?
Yes. I mean, what's the longest AR barrel out there right now? 16-inch?
I don't know. Let me see what 16 inches look like.
Oh, you're inviting your boyfriend over. Got it. Okay. So
We went there.
Ray's on a snapping mode today.
but I think Good. Okay, so when I was in country, you can't get that here. I had a 10-inch barrel. I had a 10-inch barrel, so I didn't have to have any of these issues. I think 14, 16, maybe even 18, but that's still not. I'm not sure what you're envisioning, Mr. Kennedy. It's not like
It
it's
looked
not
like
like
if you
the
slung
Davy
that.
Crockett rifle.
It looked like if you slung that over your shoulder and was trying to do first aid, it would either swing
George is
around.
the longest. Okay, so like that's how spoiled I am from the Army. I wouldn't even know what to do with a 20-inch barrel. It's like, that to me that's ridiculous. I had a 10-inch barrel, collapsible stock. That thing fit under the jacket. Yeah, that I'll tell you what I'm not doing with a 20-inch barrel. Close quarters.
Knock it into people.
No, that's the kind of thing where, like, when you're trying to, go across walls or doors, that thing enters the room 5 seconds before you enter the room.
I got it.
Yeah, that's for like hunting squirrels or something. I don't know. That's ridiculous. Oh man, George back in time. George said 20-inch, but yeah. Oh, we're going back there. Actually, I guess I'm dating myself. When I first went into the military, we had M16. But I remember the first M4s that rolled out. It's like,
And that's
yeah.
so okay, and that's exactly what I'm putting for. I remember strapping an M16 on my back, right? And then doing stuff, and it wasn't secure. It was like sliding around. So it just what little experience I had with it, it seems like there's a reason why medics wear 45s or 9s, because you don't.
I was gonna say, what the hell medics had 45 special forces medics. I want to meet those medics. World War II medics.
I'll agree with you. I'll understand what you're saying, but it also depends on how tight you have your sling. If you have your sling to where you have it in front and it's down by your knees, sure, it's going to swing around. But if that doesn't, and that's an M16A2. When you look at the M4s, which is the version that he had, it's a lot shorter. And especially when you have a collapsible buttstock, and you can swing that over easily, and it's not going to really intrude on anything.
I think George likes guns.
Like, I just pulled up a photo here of me in Afghanistan. Like this here, that's a 10-inch barrel right there. So that thing's super short.
It's coworkers.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I'm definitely spoiled. I wouldn't know what to do, man. Shoot, Andy, have you even seen an M16A2? I mean, maybe in the armory somewhere.
You'd be actually surprised if you drive down to 39th in Washington. Some of those guys still have M16A2s, and it's the Air Force guys that have them.
So they're just making it obvious they don't actually use them, or they're not meant.
Basically,
like, let's not even pretend. Guys running around with Springfields.
Yeah, I mean they are still utilized by certain MOSs in the Army and obviously the Air Force.
I guess it's an option.
Now the A2 took away the automatic fire, and you just got the 3-round burst.
So I do remember that. The older boys, you had full auto. I remember that.
Right.
Yeah.
I never had an A. I think I had an A1 I don't even think I had an A1. I had an A2, even in basic training in '99.
I let me not say that. I'm pretty sure I did, but I'm not confident. I know Coast Guard. Coast Guard we had them and full auto.
They did have different guards because you had the triangle guards in basic training. But
I hated those things.
Yeah,
Why?
especially trying to take them off and clean them.
Yeah.
Why?
Why did I hate
Wasn't
them?
the triangle? Didn't the triangle give you a better position to shoot it?
No.
Okay.
It was about cleaning for me.
And it just sucked. Pickety rail, bro. Pickety everything. There was a time I wanted my whole car to have pickety rails. Like, just pickety rail my way through life.
Is the Army talking about their next rifle yet?
They're still.
Yeah.
So, short answer to your question is yes, but they can't seem to make up their mind. So, special operations, they've gone their route. They've chosen things, but no, they have not made up their mind. Aberdeen is all over the place.
Do you have flechettes? How do you pronounce it?
Flechette rounds? What about it?
Yeah. Do you have? That's a
Did
thing.
we have them? Yeah, well, I don't know if that's a new thing. I actually think flechette rounds go back to the back of the day, bro. But yeah, flechette rounds have been around. Actually, I still have a ball cap with the flechette round, or ball. You know, one of the little projectiles, from when it was used over there. What do you know about flechette rounds?
I never engaged with them, but I read stuff that they were coming when I was in 91.
Okay.
I used to get bored. And I'd read manuals when I was in the operations center. My speaker system, the updated manual is from like 1959. That was the updated manual.
Oh, okay. That's a technique. Definitely a technique. You know, the one thing I miss about the Army, they had these great, nice journal books. They were green, Army green, had this cloth cover. I used to actually steal them. Not steal them, but I kept going to supply. But they get hit with what I was doing. They're like, "You're not actually using these. You're just stockpiling them for your personal use." But man, if I could get another hold of it, I love those things. You can't find them no. Well, I can't get them no more. Yeah, those are it. Well, those are smaller. I like the big ones, you know.
The big ones, the battalion commander ones.
Yeah, yeah. I wish I stole more of those.
Yeah, I still use the small ones. I have them in my backpack right now, and I use them very often. And it's nice because when you're done, when you accomplish something in your pages, you just fold them over so you know where you're at in the next spot.
You like this one, Ray?
It's not the right. Looks like your beer you're drinking.
You know, you ain't no better than them young men in the street. They come at me in such a disrespectful manner. But if I come at them in a disrespectful manner,
not true. I am so much funnier.
You know what? I always just start carrying a chair around. Then they'll recognize.
That is true. That is.
And then when
true.
I get tired, I can just sit in the chair. I missed the map case.
George's got a comparison photo for us. Let's take a look-see at her. Let me pull this up. Go ahead. Keep talking.
I missed the map case. I loved my map case with the strap and the fold and the pen holders. And man, I took my map case out.
That little thing that
we used to call it the derogatory. We used to call it the derogatory rhymes with bag. But it was great, man. It was a good piece of issue. And I also miss my wool undershirt. Wool undershirt.
So yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I could go outside.
I can't think of the name of it, but they made the woobies out of that same material.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got one of the shirts, but the whoobies I have probably 4 or 5 of them, and I'm actually trying to find a seamstress to make a like a night coat. What do they call it?
See, Ray, you've insulted so much that now even the audience thinks it's okay to insult me.
We got to compare photo here. So that's an M4, right? Second from the bottom or third from the top.
I think we found George's discussion item, man. We got to stay on guns.
That still looks too big for me personally, because I had, like I said, I had that 10 and it's 10 or 10.5 inch barrel I had in that photo. Man, that thing was short.
What's the bottom one? Is that a saw?
The bottom one,
that's
hell
not
no.
a saw. That's not
No.
a saw. Saw had no back on it.
That's
I'm seeing it.
I'll show you a saw.
Saw had a collapsible back.
249 Bravo. A saw, man. That was the that's a saw there. I forgot you artillery boys. And actually, this is a nicer one than what I had. See the back here?
That comes out, right?
Yeah, I had this, but they had I had this. This is what we had. So this here is nicer, actually. This was actually the one weapon that made me consider turning in my commission. This thing here, I love this weapon system.
A saw is still a 5.56, isn't it?
It's still 5.56. It's an M16, or call it M4, I guess now on
That's
steroids.
the automatic version.
That thing, 200 round drums.
Yeah.
You could do a one-handed mag. You could do a one-handed drum chain. So basically, you could take a second mag, hit the top, pop that thing open. It had those plastic magazine cases. You could break it off, put the new one on, slap it back down, and you could keep rocking and rolling. Bipod, which is actually pretty useless, got in the way more than anything, and then when it got bent and everything, it sucked. But no, that was I actually here. It's too small, but I want the tailor-made bags like that. Yeah, there you go. So didn't slosh around and everything. Yeah, it was probably one of my favorite things about the military, that weapon system right there. Everything else pretty much
How did the
sucked.
barrel hold up? Did you have to switch out barrels?
Short answer, no. So you didn't put it this way, you didn't carry second barrels the way you carried it for your
M60.
Is that true? No, I think I might be lying. I think I'm lying.
We were at a range. I always volunteered to go.
The saw didn't take over the 60. What took over to 60?
What? I guess I'm getting old, bro. What took over for the M60? That was
Ask George.
So Saw's M249. Let's do M60 replacement. Man, I'm getting old.
Yeah.
Oh, it was replaced by the 249. But I thought we still had a bipod weapon, but
no, what's the 760? What's the current 762? There's a 762 for the current
240. I just said it.
There you go.
So
240.
the Saw was 249, 240.
Yeah, the 240 had interchangeable
Bravo. That's what it was. Yeah. So because I knew we carried a tripod for something. Like honestly, I'm looking at this picture here on Wikipedia. I never saw a bipod for the. Did I? I don't think I saw. I thought we had a tripod for that thing.
Our 249s had bipods, and our
249 had bipod. I'm saying I'm looking at this picture. I don't think I remember a bipod. I don't know, man. I've been out so long. I don't remember anything anymore. Maybe it was a bipod. But yeah, that's what we had second barrels for. That was a 7.62.
All right, I'm going to bed. I got to get up in the morning.
No
I'll
one
see ya.
cares. Go to bed.
Well, let's hope you get up in the morning.
Yeah, you don't know the future like that.
All right, later, guys.
All right, sir.
Hey, Ray, is there any live feeds out there or any feeds we can, or is everybody home?
Why do you keep asking that? I
'Cause you did it
record
the first
I'll
night.
watch it later. It doesn't matter.
Huh?
It doesn't matter. You're saying like people whether they're
No,
online?
no. Is there anybody out in the world, in the Kenosha world, running around with any feeds tonight?
Ah, that is a good question. Let's see what chatters online in the world. Normally the guys that I know, they'll write me if they have something going on. The midnight now, I'm not seeing.
Is
I'm not
anybody
seeing.
hanging? Is anybody hanging at the line in Bradford, telling them how much we love the military? Do we have any feed from Bradford? Because
It
there's going to be
actually,
a lot of it. I'm listening.
it actually seems like a pretty quiet night. I'm going through, not seeing much ruckus tonight, even on chatter. Because I have been kind of checking things.
You know, I'm going to speak in general terms here, but why can't our people follow protocol or have some courtesy? You know, there's something that's going to happen in my district tomorrow. Not bad. Not the intent is not to be bad, but by not engaging, I'm going to have they just made a decision to not pick up trash on Tuesday and do it for Wednesday because of the resources that are being used for the Trump visit. So we're going to have an event on Tuesday where trash is going to be out there. And have you talked to me? I'd say, nah, that's not a good idea, guys. Here's why. And it's just frustrating that with a little help, we could. It's like the one thing I have is municipal process experience, right? So I can tell you, you need a permit to close the street. You're going to need a request for a permit to close the street. You're going to need requests for anything that you're dropping off or need dropped off from the city. We're going to want to know who's in control of the site. So that gets filed with the police department. So if something happens, right, the police department knows who to when they show up, they know who's in charge and who has site control. I mean, all these things we do for the safety of the public. And it's just decided we're going to come into the district. And it just, why do.
Well, didn't I see some cities saying they got stuck with this huge bill when Trump came into town? So unfortunately, we're not the first city that have to deal with these issues.
Well, no, Trump. I actually don't mind Trump coming. That's his prerogative. He's the president, and that's his prerogative. He can go anywhere he wants as long. But if he really cares, he'd be more sensitive to the. He'd be more sensitive to the environment you're going to put in, because a presidential visit takes everything. I mean, it takes a huge amount of security to secure whoever he's going to enter from, a huge amount of security to keep that spot open in case he has to leave in a hurry. I mean, it's just crazy how much. I mean, we're not picking up garbage tomorrow. It's not because we don't like Trump and that's our. That's the city of Kenosha's. That's our protest tomorrow. I'm sure people are upset because I'm getting requests asking me what's the president's route, and I'm like, man, that's above my pay grade. They're not going to tell Alderman Kennedy the president's route. My mom told me if I see him, spit on him. I'm like, no, Mom. He's still the president of the United States. We might not like him, and he might not respect the office himself, but we will respect the office. Did you see Mitch McConnell wear a tan suit into the White House? That connection was respect, went after Obama, and when he wore the tan suit, he was insulting America.
I do remember that, actually.
It's like, would you love to go back to like your favorite time in America was Obama saluted with a cup of coffee in his hand? Wouldn't you like that to be your biggest problem with the president?
Man, they was working so hard. Man, they was working so hard. Remember the terrorist fist bump? You remember that?
Well, that's because they were developing COVID then. So he did that to ruin the economy that Trump was going to build up.
Yeah. Yeah.
This guy's amazing. Your city is burning. Your country is burning, and it's still not your fault. What sense of responsibility do you take at all? You know, I don't have operational control over the police department, and yet I feel responsible in some way because I'm part of the system. I gave you sorry, Ray. I gave you my word that I was going to do my best to maintain or improve your quality of life. So for Mr. Blake and his family members who are so disappointed with the city, with the police, I gave you my word that that's what I was going to do. And if you're at that point, if you're truly at that point, then you're not receiving the services I told you I would provide. And I'm sorry about that. I feel, but our president, he shows no remorse. He shows no ownership of anything. It's just, how do you follow a man with a lack of character? How do you follow a man with a lack of character?
Well,
I am not a huge. Go ahead, I'm listening.
Objectively, he's not trying to get you to follow him. I mean, if you step back from it, he has his following, and that's not.
But the Democrats were always the party of. The Republicans were the party of. George says no. We can dish strawberry lemonade, natty light all night. God, George is coming hard, man. Are you really George?
Do host parties or watch parties, then any people watching through your watch party, I can't see. Just so you know. Oh, he's back.
Is it about time for your coworker to have a coffee break?
Actually, I think it's about time to shut down. I didn't realize what time it was. I think I covered the main things I wanted to cover. I'll cut up snippets for certain subjects, so people don't want to have to listen to the entire thing 5 hours straight. They'll be able to just go to certain parts. So I now got a pretty cool crew that's helping me out with that thing. But I thank everyone for listening tonight, and we'll cut this thing up into snippets by topic. And please let people know. Please share it out, and we'll just keep talking to you about our town, so you can kind of hear a more direct version of how our town connects to the world and your town. So, everyone have a good night. Be easy.